morning, you guys. Great to see you. Happy Inauguration Day.
Today is the day.
Today, yes, exactly. Today is the day. And Brooke, during Donald Trump's speech yesterday, he said to his supporters that his supporters are going to have a lot of fun watching TV as all of these executive orders roll in. So what can we expect to take place?
I'm sure so. Of course, he's going to be sworn into office this morning as the 47th president of the United States. He'll have all of those traditional inaugural celebrations, and then he is off to the races. So he will declare a national border emergency. He's going to direct the U.S. military to work with the Department of Homeland Security to fully secure the southern border. Trump is also going to close the border to all illegal aliens via proclamation. He's going to designate cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, reinstate remain in Mexico. He's going to end catch and release, and that's just for border security. Then he's going to shift over to energy. We're going to see him take a number of executive actions here, with a senior official telling me yesterday that he's going to unleash American energy. He's going to pause on all offshore wind leases. That's something he's going to do today. And he also is going to roll back a number of Biden-era executive orders in action. So he's going to end Biden's electric vehicle mandate. We can expect him to sign an order that will end the Green New Deal. He's also going to remove the United States from the Paris Climate Accord. He's going to take a lot of action today with regard to the federal workforce. So we will see him sign an executive action or order, unclear which for this, but he will roll back all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the federal government. And a senior official who was authorized to brief me on all of these actions today told me yesterday that the president is going to try to take back control over the federal bureaucracy. So that's something we'll see. I believe he's going to institute a hiring freeze, and that's just for his work with the federal government. He's also going to establish biological sex definitions. We can also expect to see him renaming historical places like the Gulf of America. So that's just a number of things that he's going to do today. Now, Trump is not signing 200 executive orders. What he's doing is signing dozens of executive orders, and inside of those executive orders are dozens of executive actions. So in total, we're expecting to see him take more than 200 executive actions today. But what a senior official described those as are omnibus executive orders, meaning they are wide-ranging and there will be dozens and dozens of actions inside of all of them.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald J. Trump, do solemnly swear.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Inauguration Day. The golden era began early for the Johnson family with the arrival of Whitaker Edward Johnson at 4:27 a.m. this morning. My wife and I have been at the hospital and will be here with our brand new baby boy, and we could not be more thrilled. We are joining you in spirit and will be watching along, but the live will be anchored by our trusted team here, and we planned for this possibility, and, well, who could have predicted? We became the meme. We had the first baby of the golden era. Whitaker waited until Joe Biden was out of office in order to be born, and ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We're so thankful. We're so profoundly appreciative for you, your support, your love, your prayers over all of this. This is what America First is all about. Saving this country for our American children first. This is what we're all fighting for. What's the point of having values if you don't have someone to pass them on to? If there's not a generation that takes up our values and fights after we're gone, well, then what was it all for? And so this is a profound moment for us. We're so thankful. We, are here with you in spirit. We're watching along with you, and we just want to say we've never been happier. I've never been happier in my life. This is without question the greatest day of my life. This is the greatest day of my life. It's not even like remotely close. And so we love you, we thank you, and more Americans, more babies doing our part, ladies and gentlemen, to save our culture and to save our country. Let's go celebrate together the start of the golden era in the best possible way. I couldn't imagine anything better. Mommy and baby are doing fine. Everyone's doing incredible. Everything's immaculate. And again, We're so appreciative, and we love you. All right, let's go get Donald Trump inaugurated. See ya.
Good morning. It is indeed a good morning. I'm producer Danny. I'm filling in for Benny as he takes care of his newborn and wife. You heard the good news right there. It is indeed the start of the golden age in America. What we're witnessing right now is truly one of the most historic days, at least in my lifetime. We're seeing Donald Trump moments away from taking the oath of office as the 47th president of the United States. I've had chills all day watching the clips roll in. Today marks the day when the American people take back their country after 4 years of ailing under Joe Biden, just chaos around the world stage. Today we take order back. The adults are back in charge. It is what we're seeing right now, and you can see the shot right there on your screen. They're setting up right now for Trump's swearing-in ceremony. So that is the Capitol Rotunda. That is exactly the spot where Trump will stand and put his right hand on the Bible and swear his oath as the 47th president. Today, Trump is jam-packed. He just left St. John's Church right across from the White House. You might have remembered that iconic moment in 2020 when, after the George Floyd riots, he walked across the street in a show of strength and stood outside the church that the vandals tried to burn. He is now, I believe, on his way, if not in the White House, having tea with Jill Biden and Joe Biden, which, to be a fly on that wall, I don't know. I would give all my Trump coin just to stand in and listen to what that is. Is that the official Joe Biden endorsement? Is that when Joe Biden and Jill Biden are going to confess that they actually voted for Trump over Kamala? Who knows? But indeed, it is a historic day. I have the schedule right here on my phone. And I'm telling you right now, Trump is not skipping a beat. At around 11:30, we'll see J.D. Vance get sworn in as vice president. Shortly thereafter, Trump at high noon will get sworn in as the 47th president. After that, Trump is expected to do a landslide watershed executive order signing. So he's not skipping a beat. Right after he gets sworn in, he's staying in the Capitol and signing about 200 executive actions. Which would be which will entail a lot. I believe one of them is he's declaring cartels foreign terrorist organizations. Really, I think he's focusing in on the border a lot. I've heard a lot of talk about maybe declaring a state of emergency at the border. He's also going to greet supporters at the Capital One Arena right after he gets sworn in. And what he'll do there, he's expected to be pardoning a lot of J6ers. And he teased it up yesterday at his victory rally, saying a lot of people in this room are going to be really happy. So it should be quite a moment there. I've been seeing the shots of the Capital One Arena getting set up right now, and it is pretty amazing. As you can see, I got my MAGA hat on today. I got this hat on election night at Trump's victory party, so we're going all out today because today is officially when we make America great again. So we're going all out. It is indeed a good morning. We all know the Nancy Pelosi clip when she says why say good morning if it's not a good morning? Well, today's a good morning. It's more than a good morning. It's a great morning. And you're seeing the proceedings happening live on your screen. You're going to catch the latest right on the feed. So again, we're just watching the TikTok. I think we actually might have some footage rolling in of Trump earlier today, and then as well at the I believe walking into the White House. I've heard Melania looks ravishing today, which is not a surprise. But we'll have that for you. Let's listen in. I think there's some action there. I see Kevin McCarthy and Callista.
The chair lays before the House
Gingrich.
a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, as I prepare to assume my duties as National Security...
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
John Boehner, what a throwback.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, as I prepare to assume my duties as National Security Advisor to the President-elect Donald J. Trump, I hereby make my resignation official from the U.S. House of Representatives, effective January 20th, 2025. I intend to serve out my term in the 118th Congress and to be sworn into the 119th Congress. I've also submitted my notice to Governor Ron DeSantis to advise him on my resignation. I have attached that letter to this notice. It has been my honor to be a member of this chamber and to serve the people of the great state of Florida and the constituents of the 6th District of Florida. I will forever be grateful for my opportunity. I look forward to continuing to work with you and your colleagues in the House, serving the nation in my new position. Signed sincerely, Michael Waltz, Member of Congress.
Under Clause 5, Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that, in light of the resignation of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, the whole number of the House is 433. Members are advised that there are no extra
What you're
seats
watching there are some
available in the
proceedings happening,
rotunda for the
you know, sort
inauguration.
of on Capitol Hill leading
Therefore,
up to
only
Trump's
sitting
inauguration.
members will
We
be
have some
seated in
footage
the
for you that I
rotunda.
want to play. I
Under
think it's
no
getting loaded up right now,
circumstances will former
of
members,
Melania and Donald
former House
Trump
officers,
walking into the
spouses,
White
or
House,
children
getting
be
greeted
able
by
to
Joe
join
and
the
Jill Biden at the
procession
front
or be
steps of the
seated
White
in
House.
the rotunda.
This
The
is
sergeant
quite
at
the
arms
scene.
will
I'm telling you right
precede
now.
the
This is
procession
um,
bearing the mace.
these are sort of the moments
Members will
that you
be
kind of wait
escorted
for
to
in
the rotunda
inauguration.
in order of
These very
seniority.
diplomatic
At
moments. You
this
get to see people's
time,
body language. It's really
members,
interesting.
the resident commissioners,
So whenever we have that,
and
I think we
delegates
should.
should congregate
Okay, yeah,
by
let's
class
play that. Let's play that and see what that
throughout
was.
the
This was
House
moments ago.
Resolution
Donald Trump and Melania
43.
walking into the White
Upon
House.
completion of the ceremony,
Have we ever witnessed a greater upgrade in American history? It's unbelievable, and it's like the Wish.com first lady versus, like, you know, Melania. You can't. The comparison is the juxtaposition there is pretty wild. We're gonna have 4 years of class and grace back in the White House. I'm sure you remember Joe Biden's really weird and esoteric Christmas celebrations at the White House, with people prancing around in Cirque du Soleil costumes. But what we're going to see now is it's a return to class and grace, and true American diplomacy and power on the world stage. We're going to be respected again. So right there was a really good transition into what we're going to be seeing the next 4 years, which is just pretty exciting. Enough of the weird weird Sam Brinton suitcase stealers and all these sort of weird things. We're getting back to what America should be, which is making America great again under Donald Trump. So again, what you saw, it's playing on your screen right there again, but that was moments ago. Donald Trump and Melania walking into the White House for tea. I am really curious about what is being talked about right this very minute. Drop it in the chat. I'm curious to see what you think. I don't know. Like, are they best friends secretly behind closed doors? Who knows? I know Joe and Jill are very angry that they got booted off the campaign and the presidential race by supposedly some of their best friends. Apparently, the relationship with Nancy Pelosi is completely strayed. They can't even be in the same room together. So we'll see what that looks like today too. They'll be pretty nearby. So let's see what the chat has to say about what they're talking about right now. I'm very curious. Let's listen into what's going on the feed right now. It looks like these might be
Day.
Marines or
watching
VIPs
on other means
arriving
and
to
go in and about the
to
city
the
to do so.
inauguration.
This is from the Capitol perspective. Dignitaries coming in to become part of the ceremonies as they start to file into the rotunda where the inauguration ceremonies will take place. As you're watching that, let's hear from Kem in West Virginia. Independent line, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say that in a country so desperately racked by debt, we're trillions of dollars in debt, that it's shameful that we spend any money at all on these kinds of ceremonies, on this kind of pomp. It's shameful. That and the fact that we have prayer in Congress, that we have chaplains or priests here at all. This isn't a Christian country. Thomas Jefferson is rolling in his grave. The separation of church and state must be maintained. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Roland up next in New York, Democrats line.
Yeah, I mean, today is a day of a peaceful transition of power. I think that is a beautiful thing for this country. I don't personally support Trump. I don't think he agrees with much of my policy, but I want to see today be day of unity. I want to see him offer his vision forward for Americans. What is he doing for us? What is he doing going forward for this country? And what is his vision? How is he going to get us out of debt? How is he going to end these wars abroad? Well, I don't personally support him. I think he can make this a day of unity, and I'm excited for that. Thank you.
Eric is next. Eric is in Illinois, Republican line.
Hello, Pedro.
You're on. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. I'm actually born Republican, raised good Christian values. I'm actually very, very hopeful for the country with Trump taking office back, and very, very positive to see prayer in Congress, and hoping that if nothing else, Trump brings a religious revival to this country, because that's needed more than anything else, is to get God back in this country.
Okay. Eric there, part of our calls that we're taking for this inauguration ceremony. You may have noticed on the left side of your screen, just briefly, pictures of former heads of the House of Representatives, former that Speaker Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former Speaker John Boehner in that mix, and former Speaker Kevin McCarthy also will be part of today's ceremony, in attendance in today's ceremony. Jared in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Independent line.
Hi, this is Jared. I want to wish everybody a happy MLK Day and a happy Inauguration Day. I just wanted to talk about what I'll be looking for in the midterms, which is primarily, a couple.
So what you're hearing there, or actually what you're seeing on your screen, you're seeing congressmen flowing into the Capitol Rotunda, it looks like. So they're already getting seated for the inauguration, which is set to take place. Again, J.D. Vance will get sworn in at 11:30, approximately 11:30. So people are already getting seated for that, which is pretty exciting. There's a shot earlier, you might have missed it, or you might have seen it. Milei, the president of Argentina, was there at the Capitol. So all the VIPs, all the foreign dignitaries are already flowing into the Capitol, where they will witness one of the most historic moments in American history. What you're seeing here is sort of the procession of VIPs flowing in with their escorts. This is quite a moment. You can read the Chiron right there. But Biden and Jill Biden are having tea with President-elect Trump and Melania Trump. That is quite interesting. So they're flowing in right now. Okay. So again, if I'm producer Danny once again, filling in for Benny, who is currently taking care of his wife and newborn baby, who was born today in the golden age of America. He's waiting for President Trump to be born. We actually have the announcement right here. We'll pop it up. The tweet, the Benny tweet. There you go. So the golden age of America starts early for the Johnson family. And there you go. If we can scroll down to the picture so we can see. There you go. There's Benny and Kate and their newborn Right there. Whitaker, Johnson. Amazing. Welcome to the golden age. This is what we're living through. This is it's history. It's history. I would want to be born on Donald Trump's inauguration day, I can tell you that. That'd be pretty amazing. So there you go. There you go. This is why I'm filling in today. But we are not going to miss a second of the action today. Again, Donald Trump right now is currently having tea with Melania and Joe Biden. So it should be pretty interesting. Lots of fireworks going on in the green drawing room at the White House right now. Let's go to C-SPAN right now and see what they're showing right now. There you go. So we're back inside the Capitol Rotunda. Looks like people are already filling in. You got the Marine Band right there. So I can assure you they will be playing Hail to the Chief very shortly. There you go. Looks like Kevin McCarthy's walking in. John Boehner, Newt Gingrich, and his wife Callista. Sort of some of the old speakers of the House. It looks like that's what this is. So there you go. There's John Boehner. Callista Gingrich actually had a post under the previous Trump administration as the ambassador to the Holy See. Yeah, they're filing in. I can assure you there will not be an empty seat in that Capitol Rotunda today. That will be packed. People wanting to witness history. You got Susie Wiles there, Trump's chief of staff, right there at the helm, the center of the shot. It looks like she's commanding some staff around just to make sure everything's running smoothly. Of course, there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to swearing in a new president of the United States. So there's Susie Wiles. You got Elaine Chao there, it looks like. Very interesting. Let's see what they're talking about on the screen right now.
Establishing yourself as president with your cabinet, with your staff, and then getting ready to roll after the 100 days through your first term. So today, for instance,
you got Jeff Bezos there. Look at that.
True transition, because
worlds collide. And
House
Zuckerberg, you can see the perm right
and
there.
The president really do not take power until 12:01 today, Eastern time. So you're not even allowed in the White House until the president is sworn in. And once you get to the White House is really in a physical transition, because the old papers and furniture of the
it looks like
president,
people are really starting to
president,
roll
being
in right
moved
now.
out, and the new president's furniture and belongings are being moved in, and the staff is getting settled, whether it's in the old executive office building on the 18 acres of the White House or the West Wing of the White House and the East Wing in the case of the First Lady.
How deep is the changeover? Is it just for the main offices? Is it just for the residents? How deep is the changeover throughout the White House?
The entire 18 acres is in change, except for those career employees in the mansion itself. They remain,
got
of course.
Hillary Clinton walking in with some
and
weird robe.
Is moved in, and the
Bill
Oval
Clinton's
Office is
there.
completely emptied. It's
Oh,
one of the
man.
first times that you'll ever see the complete Oval Office emptied. The new furnishings of President
Bill DeBeast is
Trump will be
walking
moved
into
in.
the Capitol right
Let
now.
me just pause a second. I'm sorry,
Gird
Hillary
your
Clinton
loins.
and her husband, former President Bill Clinton, entering the Capitol now. Mr. Blakeman, go ahead. I apologize.
No, and when the coffee
Boris
between
Johnson, it
tea
looks like. You
between
can't miss the hair.
president and the president-elect and the first ladies are had in the White House,
Okay.
as soon as they depart the White House, it is really a almost a military mission of moving in and moving out. By the time the president retires to the White House this evening,
Debbie Wasserman Schultz
the
from Florida there,
transformation will be
Democrat,
complete. The
not our
West Wing will
favorite.
be painted, recarpeted. It is an amazing display.
It's good to see. It's good to see Democrats still
trucks
come
are
though.
literally
There's
waiting now outside the
AOC
White
was
House
having a
grounds,
meltdown
ready to
last
come
night about
in
not showing up
and
to
establish
the
those,
inauguration. So
procedures
she won't be
as
there,
soon
but
as the
no one's going to
president
miss her.
and
So
the president-elect head off to the Capitol for the swearing in.
There's a shot of former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Blakeman, what's the manpower like to make this transition of a White House?
About 500 people who are going to descend on the 18 acres and make
Got
this
the vape
happen.
there. Look at that.
Everybody from the Park Service to the mansion staff to the GSA, the General Services
Future governor of
Administration.
Ohio.
They are all in coordination. In the transition, these plans have been made, and then they're executed literally within 12 hours. The White House is completely transformed.
I've even read in some places it's down as far as nuance to the type of toothpaste that sits on a counter and making sure a toothbrush is there as well.
Well, the good news is President Trump was there before. So there's no learning curve. The mansion staff is fully aware
Clyburn.
of their likes and
You got
dislikes.
James Comer there. Look at
and how
that.
they comport themselves in their personal lives. So it's really going to be an easier change than most because,
Got
of
some
course,
Democrats there
Trump's
wearing
returning to the
Ukraine
White House.
flags.
Doge co-chair Vivek Ramaswamy, you're seeing on your screen, Steny Hoyer, former representative of Maryland. Mr. Blakeman, then when do they know when it's done? Is there an established time they say, okay, you guys got to be out of here?
It's done when the president and the first lady are back on their way to the White House. And then it continues the
Does anyone else
day.
need to be like pinched right now? Like this feels so surreal. Donald Trump is about to get
it's a work
sworn in as the 47th
environment.
president.
You literally hit the
I remember
ground
the day he
running.
got sworn in
I remember
in 2020
in the case of,
or in
President
2017.
George
That
W.
was
Bush,
pretty
we had a senior staff
pretty amazing. There we
meeting
got
at 7
MTG.
a.m. on the next day, Tuesday, the 21st, and we were hitting the ground running, and we were fully operational. Everything was in place. The GSA, the White House mansion staff, the usher's office, the Park Service, they did a magnificent job. It was almost as if we had been there for 4 years. We felt right at home right at the start, and we were ready to go to work.
If the Trumps live in Florida, who's responsible for making sure their goods get from Florida to the White House in this preparation?
The Trumps are. They are responsible for getting their belongings to the White House. And once it hits the White House gate, the White House is then the usher's office is responsible for, and the first lady, of course, and the family in making sure those items are where they need to go. But it's really up to the family to get those items there. And
There
as
from
far as
California.
Mar-a-Lago is concerned, that will be the president's home. So when he visits there, there'll be a certain amount of staff that will join him there, including personal staff. That again is no learning curve because that's happened before.
This is Bradley Blakeman. He served as a former deputy assistant to President George W. Bush, part of this process of changing over the White House from one president to another. Mr. Blakeman, thanks for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Again, we're continue watching members of Congress currently come in to take their places for the inauguration. Other people as well, faces that you find familiar there as you keep watching the screen. Let's hear from Rashad. Rashad joins us from Canada, Democrats line. Hi.
The 51st state,
Hi,
Canada.
thank you for having me. I just wanted to start by saying Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the day that we celebrate someone who advocated for nonviolent activism in the civil rights movement, an inspirational human being that fought for human rights. Currently, I feel a little disheartened at the slander that's used in political campaigns. And for me personally, I see that coming more from the conservative side. The slander used to call people who have opposed.
So what you're watching here is live footage of everything sort of happening live on your screen. This is you won't get a quicker coverage of what is happening on the ground right now at Donald Trump's inauguration than what you're seeing right now. You have live footage of the White House there. That is the front door of the White House, where Joe Biden, Jill Biden are currently hosting Trump and Melania for tea. The Marines right there opening the door, which means you are about to see them walk out and head to the Capitol together. They will be riding together, where they will watch Donald Trump get sworn in. You're seeing there's a second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and Usha Vance, I believe. I guess they will be riding to the inauguration together. And shortly thereafter, we will see Joe Biden and Melania walk out. It all feels so surreal. And then after the moment Trump's leaves on takes his oath on the Bible, we will have 4 years of excellency and strength in our national leadership. I can't believe it. What a moment. What a moment. We're waiting here. I think Kamala might be next. Kamala and JD Vance. Sort of the counterparts. So that's kind of what you're saying. You're saying the second gentleman, second lady, and then I think we'll see the vice presidents and then the president and first ladies. That Capitol Rotunda is getting packed. No one wants to miss this, even Democrats. Wow. You're saying there's Marine One that will become Executive One once Joe Biden is no longer president, and he will take that helicopter and ride up to Joint Base Andrews, where he will leave DC, and that will be a good riddance, and no one will miss him. So this is truly history. What you're watching here. Here we go. I believe we're getting more VIPs walking into the Capitol right now. Looks like we might have Benny joining the stream. What's going on? Congratulations.
Yo, what's going on, guys? We're here inside of the hospital room right now. I got permission from my wife to hop on and just say hello and thank you and we love you and happy Inauguration Day. And what an incredible way to start off and kick off the golden era with a new baby. The first baby of the new golden era in America. This is what America First is all about. Us protecting this country for our American children. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for the prayers. I speak on behalf of Kate and our new baby Whitaker, who came at 4:27 a.m. in the morning. And I'm the happiest I've been in my entire life. I'm watching along, and before all of the festivities get going today, we just wanted to jump in quickly and say thank you all for supporting us. We love you. We're watching along with you. We got C-SPAN on in the in the hospital room, and the amazing one small little thing I'd like to note is that the amazing outreach from Trump administration officials. You'd think they'd have other things to do today, but this is such a pro-family administration. The number of people who have reached out and are so excited that Kate and Johnson baby number 4 Whitaker was able to hold on until President Trump was being sworn into office. Did not want to be born during a Joe Biden presidency. Held on till the very hour, ladies and gentlemen. That's just timing. I'll tell you, that's just timing. And finally, I just wanted to say, praise God and thank the Lord Jesus Christ for a safe and beautiful and speedy and elegant, I think, birth this morning. It was my wife and I keep going on and on and on about it, how God had his hand on all of us and was providing. And so this is a family show. I consider you part of our family. And I know I speak for my entire family when I say this is what it's all about. This is what America First is all about. It's our American children first and having someone to actually pass your values on to. So we love you all, and this is really fun to watch together. It's really fun to watch this all going down.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see JD Vance and Kamala soon. Danny, thank you for filling in, my brother.
Yeah, of course. Go take care of your family. Thanks for joining.
Yes, I do desperately want to see JD Vance and Kamala walk out of the doors here, because that's going
I
to
really
be
want to know what they're talking
so
about right now.
unbelievably
You've got
cringe.
Joe Biden. Yeah.
What do they do? Yeah, what do they do? Like, what does Kamala Harris have to say to, like, first off, there's no way that there's going to be. Oh, and I think it's going to be actually the first ladies. I think it's going to be based on the schedule. The first ladies actually that walk out together, Melania and Jill Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. I'm looking at the schedules of departures there. So Melania and Jill Biden walking out. Yeah, what exactly do they say? Like, if I were
I
Jill
know
Biden, I would have.
Melania's probably not thrilled, right? Like they try
I'd
to
be.
put their family in jail.
Yeah,
But who knows? Maybe Jill and Joe Biden are secretly these Trump supporters, and they're talking it up right now over tea and biscuits. Who knows? There we
I'd be
go. This is
demanding.
the Wish.com first lady.
There it is.
And Melania.
Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh, Melania is an icon, and Jill Biden is Timu. Melania is Amazon, and Jill Biden is Wish.com. Speaking of Amazon, Jeff
Classic
Bezos
guy.
is there. She looks.
I saw him.
Yeah. Melania looks so sharp and so iconic. Kate said, "Where do I get that hat?"
4 years of that.
They're
riding off.
Oh man, what are they talking about? If I was Joe Biden, you have to ask about, like, how do you not dress in what looks like a trash bag every single day going to work, or a shower curtain from Bed Bath & Beyond? You have to ask. You have to ask the question. So are they? So okay. So next you're going to have the vice presidents departing the White House for
It looks
the
like that.
Capitol. Yeah. So you're gonna have JD Vance, and Kamala Harris is going to be so incredibly cringe and awkward. And I really, really pray that Kamala Harris stops to speak to the cameras. Please, please, I beg of you. I think that maybe they're talking.
I initially thought it was going.
What do you think, Danny?
Yeah,
You just
initially
like going to
thought
be a burden thing? Like, is it like going to be a burden? Like Kamala Harris talking about burdens? So he's talking about
it's got to be the most painful thing. I think this is like their final revenge before they take office. Is let's just put JD Vance and Kamala in a room and just have Kamala speak for 2 hours. That sounds like Gitmo level torture. And I think that's just their final, middle finger to America is we're just gonna have Kamala speak for an hour over tea. So I don't know. There's probably a lot of Venn diagrams going on in that room. A lot of yellow school buses being talked about. Nothing I would want to be a part of.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, ladies. Okay. Looking at the schedule, yes, we're gonna have the vice presidents, JD Vance and Kamala Harris, exiting very, very soon. Here, because they're gonna stay on schedules 10:33 a.m. Eastern
Right.
Standard Time. So, and you can see everything filling in right now. Really exciting. It's been
It's
been already a monumental moment. And here we go. This is it.
Oh,
Red
goodness.
tie, red power tie, JD Vance. Oh man, she looks pissed. Oh, exciting. Oh, that's great. All right. Well, then soon it's going to be Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Looks like it.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Donald Trump's going to be giving a speech, and the program's going to begin. The final SUV is going to be pulling up right after this, and you're going to be able to see Trump and Joe Biden wobbling out. This is really exciting. And then after that, I'm going to jump, but I just wanted to hop in to say we love you. We thank you for all of the support, and the timing couldn't have been more impeccable. The timing was immaculate. This is the first golden era baby, and healthy, happy, 7 pounds, and Whitaker couldn't have timed it better. We're probably gonna go by Wit. Probably gonna go by Little Wit right now. So sleeping, happy, restful, peaceful. Everything's been perfect.
That's amazing. W's in the chat.
Joe
W's
Biden and
for
Donald
Whitaker in the
Trump.
chat.
W's for Whitaker. And ladies and gentlemen, when Donald Trump pops on, I want to see Trump dancing emojis flow through the chat. Trump heading in very soon with Joe Biden. Thank you, Danny, again for anchoring.
Yeah, of course. We're not going to miss a moment here. I think the first ladies are next. That would make sense, just in order of like protectee status.
Oh yeah. Well, the first ladies already went.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So yeah, it would have to be Trump.
been working all the late night hours around here. The team has been in Washington D.C. and they've been having. But it's I also wanted to note that the single best part about this movement is that we are actually literally pro-family. One of the first things that Donald Trump is going to do is he's going to sign an executive order protecting women in women's sports and in women's spaces, protecting and establishing that a woman is a woman. And this is going to be something that I have two daughters that is obviously going to protect them and going to hopefully rid our country of the madness that is so dangerous to our young women. That's one of the executive orders. Another executive order that we are hearing is pardons for J6. And after what Joe Biden did on his way out for Fauci and Milley and all of the January 6th committee and Liz Cheney, I don't see any reason why every January 6th political prisoner shouldn't be pardoned today. Like at some point, just rip the Band-Aid off and just say, all right, if you were going to pardon these people who literally committed treason, Mark Milley and Dr. Fauci committed treason. If you're going to do that, then we're going to even the score by and if you want to have outrage, ladies and gentlemen, well, look no further than Dr. Fauci getting a pardon. So yeah, I won't suffer any crocodile tears today about pardoning January 6th political prisoners. Donald Trump and Joe Biden at the White House. Donald Trump and Joe Biden riding together. Something that typically does not have to happen, but they chose to do it. It could be happening here in just a moment. And
yeah, it looks like the Marines are opening up the doors.
There you go. Here we go.
Look at that.
There we go.
Is that Klobuchar?
Oh man! Oh no!
Is that throwing binders?
There
and
they are.
At people?
Oh no! Oh man!
Wow! What a moment!
Biden standing there. What's he doing? Always having to be the joke. Always having to be the joke. Okay, and then the camera over to Trump. They're riding with Amy Klobuchar, and the reason for that is because Amy Klobuchar is in charge of the inauguration. She's like the head of the inauguration committee for the Senate. She's a senator from Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So there's President Trump in the beast with Joe Biden. Oh man, please tell me that somehow he's recording this. Yeah, please tell me that somehow they're recording this.
Is he tweeting? He's on his phone.
Really? Oh, this is so cool. Now they're going to follow the cars over to the Capitol. Is there like going to be it's going to be like a moving vehicle shot? Is it going to be like a pool shot? I bet they will. Because the entire city has been locked down.
Looks like it.
Oh yeah, so cool. This is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get back to watching history along with you. I just want to say thank you all for your support, your love, and your prayers for our family. I cannot think of a more glorious and joyous event to welcome a child into this world. And this is what it's all about. What are we even doing here if we don't have children to pass on our values to? And that's actually the point. What's the point of having values if you're not making sure there's a generation that carries forward those values? And that's what we're witnessing today. President Trump is a grandfather. Is he a great grandfather? He will be with Tiffany Trump. Tiffany Trump is pregnant.
That's right.
So President Trump will be a great grandfather soon. Oh, my apologies. I'm getting the generations mixed up. Donald Trump has multiple layers of generations of children. So, but he will be a grandfather again. He'll be a grandfather for, I think, close maybe the 10th time. 10th time. It'll be pretty remarkable. And then, who knows, ladies and gentlemen? It's going to be exciting. Forgive me. We went to the hospital at 1 a.m. this morning. So sometimes
We all missed our blackout coffee today.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, look at him go. What a cool shot, Danny. Check this out. That's so awesome.
Amazing.
Rolling through DC. They have the rolling pool camera. It's the rolling camera on
Better
the
than
back of the
GTA
car.
6.
Oh, this is so cool. So you have everybody there. You have a separate limousine for the first ladies, for the presidents, then for the second gentleman and second lady, and then for the vice president, new and old. Oh man. Actually, I got to tell you, if I were to get one of these vehicles mic'd up, I bet the Kamala Harris car is actually the most entertaining
and painful one. Both
Yes,
ends.
in fact.
Venn diagram.
Could you imagine being locked inside of a sealed tank, like an airtight, hermetically sealed tank with Kamala Harris, and having to listen to that laugh and blow your eardrums out?
That might actually crack the glass. I think that's the one thing that would do it. It's not a nuclear blast, but it's just Kamala laughing that would about do it.
If I were to be sentencing Dr. Fauci to an eternal punishment, that might be it. Like a car that just drives around with Kamala cackling.
That might be it.
That might be it. They are headed to the United States Capitol, is approximately 1 mile from the White House, the United States Capitol. Designed that way, so it's really not a long drive, even if they're moving relatively slowly. And a reminder that all of Washington, D.C. is right now a militarized lockdown zone. You can't even get into these areas if you were a pedestrian. You effectively have to be invited to even walk into the United States Capitol. Don't even try to drive. The stories on the ground is that they have really taken security, correctly, and established a really nice zone here for the president to operate safely and securely. And soon we will hear the program, ladies and gentlemen. The program is supposed to start sharp at 11. You're going to start getting programming inside the United States Capitol. You can see it all filling in there really beautifully. And here is Donald Trump driving in the beast. Oh, it's such a cool shot, Danny.
So surreal.
Awesome.
I've really had to pinch myself multiple times today.
Amazing. Can we have some cool music to this, Klein? Do we have any good rap, any good nice
like Washington crossing in Delaware?
Yeah, get the. There we go. Yeah. Yo, guys.
What car's the Village People in? What do we think?
That's nice. Do not switch to the Village People. This is perfect. This is perfect, Killer Klein. All right.
This is the vibe.
I love it. Look at all those. Look at all the military there. Okay, everyone. We are. We cannot thank you enough for supporting us. We're doing our best here to keep America great, making more American babies. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how we save our country. It's Benny. I'm gonna go chill with Kate and my new baby boy right now, and this is the happiest single day of my life. Thank you all for being part of it. God bless you.
Thank you, Benny. Man, what a day. I'm so glad Benny was able to join us right there. to sort of walk through history with us. What you're seeing right there, I think, is the order of events for the 60th inauguration. This will be quite a moment in history that we're about to witness here. Also, some interesting news that you might be glad to hear is we are currently topping CNN and MSNBC on across the entire ecosystem of YouTube. So that's because of you guys tuning in and showing us love in the chat. So I appreciate that, and we're this is how we defeat corporate media. So chat's going crazy. Let's take a look into let's listen into C-SPAN and see what they're saying. Trump is arriving
of the
at
United
the
States.
Capitol
And then
any
Pedro,
second now.
you showed Vivek Ramaswamy in the rotunda there, the co-leader of DOGE, though not expected to be at the Department of Government Efficiency for too much longer. At least that's the reporting this morning. This is the headline from Politico,
Inside shots at the
noting that
Capitol there.
Ramaswamy
Vivek
is set
talking
to
with Chief of
leave
Staff Susie
DOGE,
Wiles.
and it's CBS News noting that he's expected to soon step away from the task force. He intends to announce a campaign for Ohio governor as soon as the end of January, according to multiple sources and multiple outlets reporting that Vivek Ramaswamy, 39 years old, he will be in attendance today at the Capitol Rotunda.
Let's hear from Dakota in New York.
Trump is rolling in right there.
Hello, I just wanted to say happy Martin Luther King Day, and I think for a lot of us, this is a very good.
This is the vibe. This is the American Golden Age. Driving along the National Mall and now pulling into the Capitol. We are the iconic Capitol steps. Here we go. Any second now, you'll see Trump walk off his car where he's riding with Joe Biden. He will ascend to the Capitol Rotunda, where he'll be flanked by J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is set to take his oath of office at 11:30. Shortly thereafter, Trump will take his oath of office, and you will have the 47th president of the United States. Until then, there will be some programming leading up to then. You'll have some performers, and this will truly go down as one of the most historic moments in history. So let's again, that is the Capitol right there. So any second now, we will see Trump once again walk out with Joe Biden. Cars have stopped. Here we go. They are now entering the Capitol. So let's see if we can get a clearer shot here if C-SPAN provides it. But there's Joe Biden. We saw Kamala walk by. And there's Jill. There's Trump. Trump and Joe Biden just walked into the Capitol. There you go. So they are headed towards the Capitol Rotunda right now, where he will take his oath of office. They seem to be chatting. Let's bump the audio on C-SPAN and see if we can get some audio into what is happening right there.
President and the president-elect entering the Capitol right now. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Again, they have to direct Joe Biden where to walk.
Thank you. President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden? Well.
That place is packed. So the music has started. There you have Elon Musk with, I believe, Sundar Pichai from Google.
You probably saw Minnesota Democrat Amy Klobuchar, too. She was the one leading a team of people in putting today's events.
There's Melania.
As part of a
just exudes grace.
Part of that.
So good to have that back in the White House.
Interrupting. Go ahead and finish your statement.
Doug him off.
What I was saying was, my question for every Trump supporter is, how is this convicted felon able to rise to the highest?
Chance right there with Usha, his wife.
Felons cannot even get.
Here we go. This is it's all going down right now. They're all filling into the rotunda where, again, the oath of offices will be administered, and we will have finally a new president and vice president in the White House who will make America great again. Looks to be Doug Mills, one of the most legendary photographers. Here we go. Again, you can still see Susie Wiles there, chief of staff in the center. Dana White's in the house. Look at that, UFC legend in a red tie. That's got to be on purpose. Unbelievable. We've never seen anything like this. This is the convergence of America first. People uniting, former Democrats joining in on what is the America First movement. So what we're seeing right now is truly a moment of unity. I mean, our party is a party of unity. Amazing. Got Pete Hegseth there, Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum. So it looks like this is the cabinet arriving. Brooke Rollins, Howard Lutnick. Amazing. RFK is right there. Of course, he will be Donald Trump's health secretary. Who's excited about that? Drop it in the chat if you are. I certainly am. Kristi Noem, DHS, Kelly Loeffler, Lee Zeldin. Got Trump's former DNI right there, Ratcliffe, and Kash Patel right there. Who's excited about Kash at FBI? Come on. Vivek, Tulsi. Amazing. So many of these people were former Democrats, and now they are serving under a Trump administration. We do have a Kash emoji that has been made by our amazing artists on the team. So guys, drop that Kash emoji in the chat because it is an all-timer. I want to see those. Yeah, Kash right there. Tulsi. What an unbelievable lineup for a cabinet. We're retiring all these dweebs from the Biden administration, replacing it with this. This is an all-star team right there. Unbelievable. You got Elon talking to Doug Burgum, Michael Walls. This is the Avengers. This is Team America right here. This is the class photo. This is the most epic class photo you'll ever see. Moments ahead of one of the most historic inaugurations ever. Dana White, of course, one of Donald Trump's good friends, being there to support him and witness this moment. Amazing. Got some more people filing in. Walking through the corridors of the Capitol. This will lead them to the Capitol Rotunda. Lots of red tides today. I don't think that's by mistake. Lots of red in the crowd. We're queuing up a very special surprise for you, so stay tuned for that. So it looks like the dais is also filled up, so shortly we should see JD emerge. He's set to take his oath of office in 20-some minutes.
The future.
Here we go. This is a surprise we were teasing. Of course, what you're hearing is Forgiato Blow, one of the most legendary MAGA rappers in history. And we're currently seeing is Mike Pence walking to Donald Trump is your president, featuring ad-libs by, of course, Benny himself. This is amazing. It's packed. Guys, drop those Trump emojis in the chat. Donald Trump is your president. T-1 hour. Let's hear it.
First we gotta pray. Then after that we say Donald Trump is your president. 2024 we coming back.
Let's hear it.
In the crowd taking naps. And his son Hunter doing crack. Call me what you want, but don't call me a Democrat.
Look at that. What a lineup. Senior Pichai, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg right there in Elon. One of the most powerful players in tech to ever live. They're getting along. A year ago, Elon wanted to fight Jeff Bezos, and Trump has brought them together. So look at that.
They say I should get deported, though I'm a citizen, because I keep going in like undocumented immigrants.
Man right there in the back, who will be education secretary, and of course Trump has vowed to send education back to the states. So she'll have a very interesting role to play there. What a shot. Tim Burchett right there. Gotta love the guy.
The future.
We got Bernie Sanders. I don't think he'll have a blanket this time. As you remember, last time we had mittens on and a blanket at the inauguration. Let's see. Got Marco Rubio there. He'll be Secretary of State. I think we should keep playing the song, right? That's never gets old. Can't hear it enough, especially today. Chat, what do you think Trump's going to talk about during his inaugural speech? He's promised a lot in the past couple of days. He's promised he will pardon J6ers. He's talked a lot about immigration, and so I think there's some mass deportation operations already underway in some key cities, Chicago, Miami, New York. So sound off. I really want to see what you think he'll talk about today. It'll be a very important sort of turning point in American history. So he should have a lot to say. Maybe some unity. Who knows? That's right. Chat's saying we need a Vance is your vice president song. I agree. Oh, goodness. Kill the beast. Bill Clinton's looking rough. He's walking like Joe Biden right now.
They say I should get deported, though I'm a citizen, because I keep going in like undocumented immigrants.
Hillary's so mad. You can see it in her face.
Because I fight like I'm Muhammad Ali. Office mags, they ain't stopping that, so they gotta copy Trump 24. They know I can't let these copies stop me. President 2024, we coming back.
You can tell she's like smiling and wave, and she's looking the most miserable she's ever looked. Staying alive. George Bush and Laura Bush. It looks like you're seeing a lot of the former presidents arrive to the Capitol Rotunda. I got Laura Trump, one of our favorites. We have the Trump family rolling in. Kai Trump right there. Arabella Trump, Ivanka's daughter. Vanessa Trump. We got Obama rolling in. Where is Michelle? Then Michelle Obama decided she was going to skip the inauguration. There's some rumors going around that there's some trouble in paradise between the two. This would definitely support that. Where is Michelle, guys? Chat, let me know. Where do you think Michelle is? Where's Michelle? Where's Michelle? Yeah, everyone's wondering where is Michelle Obama? Yeah, Tim Apple right there. Of course, you know Michelle skipped Jimmy Carter's funeral because there was a scheduling conflict. The scheduling conflict was she was on vacation. She just couldn't be bothered to be seen in public with Obama. So, very interesting. Of course, Kid Rock a couple days ago blasted Michelle Obama because Kid Rock was invited to Obama's inauguration. He showed up and he said, "Miss Michelle, where are you? Where art thou today?" Chat, where's Michelle? Got MTG there. Sure, she'll be thrilled about some of the Trump announcements that'll come later today. Chad saying Michelle just wanted attention. Got Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy to the Middle East. One of his best golf buddies. Laura Trump. Tiffany's husband as well. All right, let's listen into what's going on inside the Capitol Rotunda. You have the Marine Band performing right now. So this is the live audio. This is what you're hearing this is what you would hear if you would be if you're standing inside the Capitol Rotunda. Here's some of the chatter there right there. We got Elon, of course.
At this time, please be seated.
20 minutes to JD Vance. The music's like they're eulogizing Joe Biden. Vink's
The U.S.
talking to
Capitol,
Tim Apple right there.
shots that we've been showing you throughout the morning. The president's intended cabinet standing up there as part of the ceremony. Legislators taking their seats and other dignitaries. That's at the Capitol as the events are set to start.
There's not an empty seat.
Now, after it's all said and done, the president
In that entire place.
to,
Oh, wow. Look at Capital One Arena. That place is already packed. Trump isn't even taking his oath of office. That place is packed.
Outside of, for a good deal of the morning, as we've been talking to people there.
Of course, Trump will travel there shortly after swearing in.
The parade of
he'll speak to the crowd, and he's expected to sign some executive orders right there, I believe.
Takes the oath of office, becoming president.
So Trump definitely has some surprises up his sleeve today.
Again,
We've got the Supreme Court there rolling in. Chief Justice Roberts, of course, with the rest of the game. Tony there, of course, Trump's last Supreme Court pick. Kavanaugh. Do you think Kavanaugh has some beers under his robe? Do you think he's smuggling in some beers for the ceremonies? Sotomayor looking rough.
As members of the Supreme Court walk in, later on, you're going to see the Chief Justice, John Roberts, issue the oath of office for the president-elect for him to
Looks
take.
like we have David Sachs,
then,
Trump's
after that, the
chief
vice
crypto
president
guy right there in the middle.
being sworn in by Justice Kavanaugh. Vice President sworn in by Justice Kavanaugh.
So Justice Kavanaugh will swear in. All right, now the Marine Band is really picking up. It's the president's band, so wherever the president goes, you'll usually see him flanked by his band. So you'll hear a lot of pomp and circumstance today. You'll hear Hail to the Chief. And of course, right now they're picking up some of the more energetic music as we await J.D. Vance to step up and take his oath of office, shortly followed by President Trump. So you have some of the Trump family there. You see Kai Trump talking to Steve Witkoff, of course, a very close friend of the Trump family. You can see Tom Homan there. He's got his game face on. He's ready. Apparently, there will be some mass deportation operations going on tomorrow. So they're not skipping a beat, and he looks ready to go. He looks wired. We got Melania's father there as well, Victor Noss. Looks like people are getting seated now, so any second now we'll see some of the most iconic images maybe in our entire lifetimes. We might be getting some special appearances soon. Here we go. The Trump family, Ivanka, Don, Tiffany, Eric, and Barron in the back. The rare Barron sighting.
Trump
father
family
become president. Refuse to
now.
elaborate further.
In the back, Barron Trump, Eric Trump, and others making their way into the U.S. Capitol.
Barron's about 9 foot tall. Michael Wall's there looking like he's taking a selfie. Amazing. So that's Congressman Tenney right there from New York. So Trump is expected to make sign some executive orders today, which will include several executive actions. A lot of them will be focused on immigration. He'll be pardoning J6ers. There will be quite a bit. There's talk of him also declaring cartels a foreign terrorist organization, which is something the Biden administration absolutely cowered to do. There's talk about him also declaring the border a national state of emergency, which would designate it for a lot more national resources, which have been neglected. So we will see quite a bit. He also teased some major declassification in the coming days last night, talking about the JFK files, the MLK files, and he said several other topics. Judging by what he's said in the past, that'll probably include something about the drones, something about the Epstein list, maybe the Diddy list as well. So we'll see what unfolds in the coming hours. But Trump is not skipping a beat. He will be signing executive order after executive order today, erasing some of the pain that has been brought forth by Joe Biden and replacing it with strong, energetic action that will make America great again. There you see Laura Trump rolling in. Michael, Tiffany's husband, Jared Kushner, Ivanka's husband. So it looks like the spouses are sitting separately from the children. You see Jared Kushner talking to Jeff Bezos. Of course, both Miami residents. Oh, here we go. We might be having Trump walking in shortly, judging by the music.
Ladies and gentlemen, former vice presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
We've got some vice presidents rolling in. It's going down. 15 minutes until J.D. Vance swears in as vice president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
They're looking rough. They're looking rough. So Hillary didn't get a pardon. She's probably, sulking on the inside. And then you have Bill Clinton just absolutely devastated that they shut down Epstein Island. Hillary looks like she got 20 Botox injections just to look like she's happy. But she is looking rough. She's doing the smile and wave thing. It's fine while the fire's burning in the background, and she's looking rough. This is like the procession of American disasters and embarrassments. Here we go. Who's next? Until, of course, J.D. Vance and President Trump walk in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
We have President Bush. You know Hillary's dying on the inside. You can see it in her eyes. Who do we have next here? This must be Obama.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
So, where's Michelle, Obama? Hey, Barack, where's Michelle? This is like the ultimate humiliation ritual. They're making him walk in. Where's Mike? Where's Michelle? She's is nowhere to be found. Trouble in paradise, my friend. The chat's torn. Is Michelle hiding from Trump, or is she mad at Barack? Or maybe both. Where is she right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
We have the Supreme Court. This is great because you get to see what the first Trump term gave us. He gave us a majority on the Supreme Court. Pretty cool. Soon to be more. We'll see. You can see Ketanji Brown Jackson, fresh off her Broadway stint where she made everyone's ears bleed, looking absolutely angry at what you're seeing right now. She's going to have to sit through the inauguration of President Trump. Who do we have next? This is going to roll very quickly as we approach the swearing-in time. Keeping us in suspense here. So what we'll probably see right now is Doug Emhoff and there you go, Doug Emhoff and Jill Biden walking through the Capitol, processing towards the Capitol Rotunda. And again,
Tiffany
moments
Trump
later, we will
and
see.
Barron Trump.
Here we go. Here are the children. So the Trump kids are currently getting seated, awaiting President Trump to swear in. They get a front row seat. You wouldn't want to sit behind Barron. You're not going to see a lot. I think they actually sat him at the edge where he won't block anyone. Very interesting. Uh-oh. He flew in on the Lolita Express. There's only a few seats left, so we should be seeing some significant action soon. There you go. There's Barron Trump towering over just about everyone. Elon Musk is a pretty tall guy. He's got like a foot on Elon. There you have Kai Trump, Don Jr.'s daughter. It's a whole family affair here for Trump. It's really cool to see that. It tells you a lot about the man when his family in its entirety comes out to support him. Yeah, there's Emperor Barron. Amazing. So you're seeing there's the cabinet, and then of course the Trump family. There's Barron's grandfather right next to him. Victor Noss. Everyone's got their phones out in the crowd. No one's missing a moment. They know they're living through history. We got Spartacus with his skinny blue tie. Amazing. Don's flashing the thumbs up, the classic Trump pose. The whole family's there. That's amazing. Uh-oh, looks like we might have Kamala rolling
Ladies
in.
and gentlemen,
She's having a fun day.
escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher.
We got Jill Biden and Doug Emhoff walking out. Oh boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
I'm not going to call her doctor. Hey, she didn't wear a shower curtain. Good for her. Doug Emhoff, one of the most forgettable figures in American history. I believe Pelosi called Jill Biden Madam McBiden last night. So there's some tension there. Lady McBiden. Guys, Dr. Dre is more of a doctor than Jill Biden. I refuse to call her doctor. I'm not doing it. Oh, man. Remember when Trump said Chuck Schumer looked glum? Everyone looks glum here. This is what we're seeing. Everyone's got their glum face on. They're smiling on the outside, dying on the inside. You can tell. It's all in the eyes. Jill Biden's looking rough. Look at that. You can't miss Tim Burchett right there in the tan jacket right in the middle. The roles were reversed in 2024, which is interesting. Doug Emhoff was actually the one who got beat. Times are changing, guys. This is the golden age of America. Doug Emhoff now gets beat. amazing. So Bernie is sitting front row. I contest. Oh goodness, look at Jill. That's right. Breathe deeply. In through the nose, out through the mouth. She's struggling over there. And Bill Clinton, woof, look at him. This is what happens when you have to live with Hillary for any X amount of years. John Boehner. So what you're seeing here is members of Congress, former speakers of the House, right up front. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is looking like she has the posture of a cocktail shrimp. Don's looking relieved. What a year it's been. It's got to be surreal for the family up there. Emperor Barron, of course, right there. He's plotting his revenge in his mind. That's what he's doing. He's pondering. He's just putting the pieces together in his mind. Oh gosh, this is now looking like a UNICEF commercial, or like one of those. Like Alyssa Milano is going to walk on screen right now and tell us to donate somewhere. Look at Jill Biden and the music. Like this can't be real. Oh gosh, she's looking rough. This is like in the arms of an angel, and Alyssa Milano is going to ask us to donate somewhere. Elon and Barron. Barron, of course, is plotting how to become king of Greenland. The Jill Biden close-ups are pretty brutal. I wonder why the cameraman hates him so much. There we go. There's Elon. That man took a risk to make sure Trump was in the White House. He's got to be feeling all kinds of emotions today. Probably also thinking about Doge. You can't miss Mitch McConnell there, of course, popping out of his turtle shell. Let's see. So many people in the crowd. Amazing. We are seconds away, actually, from having J.D. Vance swear in as vice president. So, of course, for security reasons, they don't bring him out to the dais until the moment they absolutely need to be there to swear in. So he's expected to swear in at 11:30, which is like 10 seconds away, and he will emerge and take his oath. Oh God, good chill. Melania, I think, is coming out very shortly. Here we go. We've got Usha Vance, wife of J.D. Vance. And you can see Melania there in the back. Here she is. What a classy lady. We're going to have this for 4 years. What an upgrade. It's looking poised. Amazing. I hope when she walks in, Jill Biden's like trapdoor goes up and she just like goes through the floor of the Capitol. The chat is loving Melania. Guys, what do you think of what she's wearing? That's we missed that, right? We've had 4 years of shower curtains from the clearance section of Bed Bath & Beyond, and now we're back to grace and class and dignity in the White House. Drop your best Melania emojis in the chat. I know we've got him. We've got one coming, a special inaugural version of Melania.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
This is, of course, Trump's favorite opera singer. We saw him perform at Butler. Oh, here they come. Kamala looks pissed off. She's wearing her Mao jacket again.
From your mountains grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling.
JD Vance there with the red tie.
I can hear you calling me.
He looks ready.
You're calling me. To
That man is locked in.
America, you're calling. I will never answer thee.
Uh-oh. Chuck Schumer, he's looking glum, that's for sure. We got Speaker Johnson right there. I believe Steve Scalise. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Why does Chuck Schumer always look like a goblin?
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
Oh, here we go. President Trump processing through the Capitol. Oh, man, here we go. I'm so ready to make America great again. He's got a purple tie on. Departure from the usual red tie. Maybe it's a signal of unity. Here we go. Here's Melania. Melania's walking in. Everyone's on their feet. Amazing. Who will take her seat next to Barron, it looks like. Oh my goodness. Barron's got 3 feet on her. Melania's a tall lady too. All right. Amazing. So we saw Joe Biden parade through the process through the halls. So it looks like he might be coming out next. Of course, President Trump will be last to take his seat and take his oath.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
Here we go. This will be the last time Joe Biden walks out to hail to the chief as president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden
Oh,
Jr.,
goodness.
and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
They hate each other, you can tell. Has there ever been, well, I guess there's Brutus, but has there ever been a bigger backstabber than Joe Biden? I mean, than Kamala Harris? Oh, she is pissed off. You can tell. Breathe in and breathe out, Kamala. Oh, man. Kamala
Ladies
and Jill
gentlemen,
are just look
escorting the
awful.
Vice President-elect, the Executive Director
we
for
go.
the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating.
Guys, drop those Melania emojis in the chat. We've got them now. Melania wearing her inaugural gown. Throw it up. It's an all-timer. Here we go, JD Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
That man is locked in. Red power tie. With JD Vance, the green lines are always perfectly straight. Look at that. Don Jr.'s also got a red tie. Lots of red ties in the crowd. Here we go. Oh, he's ready. He is seconds away from swearing in. Kamala will be no more. She will be a thing of the past. No one will remember her. And JD Vance might go down as one of the most consequential vice presidents in history.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the president-elect, the staff director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Well, there's only one person left. Here we go. Guys, throw those Trump emojis in the chat. This is going down right now. History right here live. Pinch me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable
go.
Donald John Trump.
Oh, man. Here we go. History. The greatest political comeback ever to occur. You're watching it right now. Surreal. Surreal. Is it me or does Joe Biden kind of look happy? He's like, there we go. Victor Noss, Barron, shaking hands as he walks in. Guys, drop those emojis. We've got some new ones in there. Fresh for inauguration. You're looking at your 47th president of the United States right there. Unreal. Unreal. This is some of the viewing, I guess, in the Capitol Visitors Center is what it looks like. Got some governors there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Here we go. Trump is locked in. He's ready to go. Dan Scavino even
Please
tweeted, we're going to need a
Chairwoman
lot
of
of
the
pens
Joint
today to
Congressional
sign these
Committee on
executive orders.
Inaugural
He's ready to go.
Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Oh, no. I'm going to throw a binder at people.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Here we go.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago: pray, pray when fighting, pray alone, pray with others, pray by night, pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Here we go, guys. J.D. Vance about to swear in. These JD's kids. Amazing. Seconds away from history.
Please
drop
raise your
those
right
emojis. I want to
hand
see him.
and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Let's go. Your new vice president, America. Surreal. Amazing. I want to see that chat blowing up right now. We're taking our country back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Here we go. Donald Trump about to swear in. Oh gosh, Kamala's looking miserable over there. Here we go.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
There we go. Donald J. Trump, your 45th and 47th president of the United States. We did it, guys. Guys, drop those Trump emojis in the chat. I want to see this thing flooded. America is back, baby. Donald Trump is your president. Here we go. The battle hymn of the Republic.
I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching
beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with our glory in his bosom, that transfigures to and as he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. all illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury. coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. To restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government, my administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together, we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together, they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
So what you just witnessed there is one of the most historic inaugural addresses ever given by a sitting president of the United States. President Trump outlining all of his day one actions to make America great again. It was really unbelievable. A powerful speech, unapologetic. You know, he knows why people elected him to go into office. Then he knows why people rejected the previous administration, and so he's not skipping a beat. He's going in there outlining exactly what he's going to do. That gave me chills down my spine watching it. I cannot wait for the president to start signing executive orders right there on Capitol Hill. And then they actually already have a desk set up for him to sign executive orders at the Capital One Arena, which should be a very emotional scene that is expected to perhaps be the J6 pardons that he will sign among all of his supporters. Right now, what we're watching is moments after Trump wrapped up his address. We have Carrie Underwood set to perform at the inauguration. So we're just waiting for that
Help me out here.
music to sort of get
Oh,
queued up. Let's listen in.
beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
There you go, an a cappella rendition by Carrie Underwood. You saw Joe Biden singing behind her. So everyone was kind of chiming in there. President Trump there, your 47th president, standing proud and tall.
Ladies and
After
gentlemen,
what was a
Senator
very
Fisher will
historic
now
address.
introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. Or from the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose much trumps and bright stars o'er the perilous fight, while the ramparts wavered were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, heaven's blasting in the
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Man, I had chills listening to that rendition right there. President Trump, now you're officially your 47th president of the United States, making his way out of the Capitol. Again, he's set to sign some executive orders at the Capitol, so he'll be around there, but he's leaving the rotunda right now after swearing in. What a moment. We had a moment there with Carrie Underwood singing a cappella, America the Beautiful. And now you had, of course, Machio belting out. Just such a beautiful rendition there. What a way to cap off a bone-chilling inauguration ceremony. It all feels surreal, but Donald Trump is your 47th president. And here he goes with Melania in hand, departing the rotunda. We'll see where he heads to now. Again, he is set to sign, and he outlined it during his very energetic speech. All the executive orders he will be signing, so we'll see where he heads to sign those. Again, he does have a desk set up at the Capital One Arena as well to sign executive orders live with his supporters. There we go. There's the former president, Joe Biden, and former First Lady Jill Biden departing. What you'll see right now is a procession of all the sort of VIP guests leaving the dais.
Now an hour old, and those were the opening notes.
You can see there, Hakeem Jeffries. Barron Trump just towers over all of them right there. That's Emperor Barron right there in the front row. There goes Gremlin, Chuck Schumer. What a cast of characters. Here we go. You can see Bill Clinton there. Hillary was singing during Carrie Underwood's performance. You could see her right behind Carrie. That has to be top-level torture. I mean, that has to be worse than Kamala Harris's cackle is Hillary Clinton screeching and singing behind you. But here we go. Donald Trump has left the Capitol Rotunda. He outlined some of the executive orders he will sign into law right now. He led off at the border. He talked about declaring a national emergency at the border, something Joe Biden was too much of a coward to do. But now that designates it for a lot more resources that, frankly, it needs to keep our country safe. So he also talked about declaring foreign cartels foreign terrorist organizations, which again gives the federal government a lot of power to aggressively go after these cartels that are poisoning our country. There you see President Trump with Melania processing through the Capitol. We'll see where they go. But again, President Trump is set to sign around 200 executive actions today. So here we go. Let's see if there's any audio on this.
Commentary. And you can watch just the events happening there.
There we go. Jill and Joe right behind them. JD Vance. Usha. She will be quickly forgotten, Kamala Harris. Thankfully. You can see the Trump children are still there. You see Dawn and Eric, Ivanka, Jared, Tiffany, Laura. All smiles. Elon there in the
You can see
background.
the Trump family, and that
Barron
is
plotting his
President Trump's
revenge.
father-in-law.
He's memorizing
there
every
on your
face in the
screen,
crowd.
and that is
They're
J.D.
all
Vance's
going on
mother
the
at the
list.
bottom of the screen with the blonde hair and the glasses. And they will be departing soon.
McMahon's
The
right
Trumps and the
there.
Bidens will be heading out to the east front of the Capitol in just a second, and the Bidens will fly off in Marine One. That's
Amazing.
the east front as we speak. But
So
while
now
we're
I
waiting
think
for
we're going
them
to get a
to
shot
come
of
out, let's check in with
it
John
will become
Clark.
executive
This is
one
the news.
once
Peter, it
once
was
Joe
the longest
Biden is on it as
inaugural
a former
address
president, and
in
he
the
will
modern
depart
political era.
DC,
It
which
was
is a very
just
welcome
under
event.
30 minutes long, 29 minutes and 48 seconds, according to the official C-SPAN count kept by C-SPAN's Jeremy Art. Let me show you his chart going back to FDR in 1933. You can see the lengths in minutes and seconds of each inaugural address. Donald Trump's inaugural address this year was almost twice as long as his inaugural address back in 2017 when he became the 45th president. It was about 9 minutes longer than Joe Biden's 2021 inaugural address at 21 minutes. The longest before now was Bill Clinton in 1997, forgive me, at almost 22 minutes. On social media, congratulations pouring in from around the globe for the 47th president of the United States. I want to show you some of the world leaders sending out their congratulations. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. On behalf of the United Kingdom, I send my warmest congratulations to President Donald Trump on his inauguration.
So Trump right there, you can see giving a pretty lengthy inaugural address compared to previous presidents. Even his own inaugural address in 2017 was shorter than what we got today. Trump had a lot to pack into that, talking about all the actions he wants to take as president, and didn't shy away from anything really. He went heavy on the border, which is a very welcome action that I think we'll see him pursue pretty aggressively today. Again, talking about securing the border, completing the wall. So it's pretty welcome. It's pretty welcome. You can see there foreign nations are congratulating the president. This is pretty cool. This is actually what you're seeing on your screen right now. That is the current White House website. So it is officially transitioned into the Trump administration's White House website. And the message is clear. America is back. That's sort of the tagline the Trump administration is going with on all their socials, all their sort of communications. First thing you see when you go on any of their pages, America is back. You can see right there, that's Marine One, usually transports the president when Biden boards that helicopter to, I believe, Joint Base. There we go. Muted there for a second. So you saw right there, that was a helicopter. That was Marine One. Once Biden boards that, probably to Joint Base Andrews, that will become Executive One because he's the former president, no longer the sitting president, and he will head away from DC, far, far away from anywhere he can do harm. Let's see if we have some more live shots of Trump. Maybe. Okay, there we go. So these are people departing the Capitol right now. You got Hakeem Jeffries there, Democrat leader in the House. And the Trump children are now departing the rotunda as well. You can see Barron there in the back. Ivanka, Kai Trump with her father, Don. Pretty amazing. Arabella, daughter of Ivanka and Jared right there. Pretty amazing. The Baron just towering over everyone. Pretty surreal. Pretty surreal. So it looks like people are getting ready to bid farewell to Joe Biden as he leaves DC, hopefully for the final time. Hopefully he never steps foot in this city ever again, where his decrepit hands can do harm to Americans. So here he goes, set to board Executive 1 any minute now, and depart DC. What a sight. Never to return to the White House again. Of course, President Trump will head to the White House soon, where he'll call that his home for the next 4 years while he makes America great again. There we go. We see cameras are lining up. We can see some security. This really does look like Joe Biden's about to depart DC for one final time. There we go. President Trump and Melania walking out with Joe and Jill. Of course, we know the classic photo where Trump and Melania will likely stand on those steps and wave goodbye to a bygone era of betrayal of Americans at the hands of Joe Biden. Here we go. Let's see if there's some audio on this.
And identified or named yet. They essentially are still secret, perhaps. So it's a very uncomfortable precedent. I mean, one can understand on a human level why President Biden would fear for his family members, but and that too is sad and unusual in American history. But this is an odd precedent to essentially get out of jail.
Melania's all smiles.
Not yet been identified as a crime.
You can see a live picture on the
They are locked in.
east front of the Capitol. The Trumps and the Bidens are gathered for the farewell ceremony. Let's watch for a minute.
You can see J.D. Vance there saying goodbye to Kamala. These are the final goodbyes before they leave D.C. for good. Trump's about to do the meme, the McDonald's meme, where he's waving outside of the window. Bye-bye. The greatest political comeback in American history. You can see Barron's right there with the rest of the kids watching Joe Biden's departure. Will he fall off the stairs, guys? You can see there J.D. Vance standing resolute, watching as Kamala and Doug Emhoff depart D.C., and shortly thereafter, we'll see Joe and Jill Biden leave for good. I'm not going to miss him. Here we go. They drive away. Never to be seen again, hopefully. You know Kamala's pounding the boxed wine in that car right now. She told Secret Service, have 20 boxes of Cabernet in that vehicle as soon as I step in. And she's going for it. Here we go, Trump waving. Melania is holding on to that hat. Here we go. Joe Biden's final departure from D.C. Good riddance. What do you think they're saying to each other right now? Chat, let me know. I'm reading it right now. What do you guys think? Here they go. Now they're walking over to the steps where they will wave goodbye to Joe Biden one final time. Could not come soon enough. Here they go. Smiling, ready to go. Looks like Trump's worried about his hair there, getting messed up with the helicopter. Doors closing on Executive 1, carrying the former president.
Now, as many of you know, inaugurals were traditionally held on the east front of the Capitol, where you see the president and the helicopter sitting right now. And that was until 1985 and 1981. And Ronald Reagan moved it to the west, looking west.
Yeah, it looks like. Let's see if Trump sticks around.
Inaugural. And it's been on
He
the
might
west
just
front
say,
since.
"See
And
ya,"
of course, the second
and then he's going to go sign
inaugural
some
was
executive
held
orders,
inside the,
reversing
rotunda
all the damage that Joe
weather.
Biden has done.
And today's inaugural was held inside the rotunda, first time in 40 years because of the weather. It's about 20, 25 degrees here in Washington, but quite windy. And it was predicted to be a little bit colder than it
Yeah, Trump just said,
actually is.
"See ya."
There'll be a truncated parade this afternoon at the Capital One Arena. That's where the Washington Capitals hockey team play and the Washington Wizards basketball team.
There we go.
And that will occur this afternoon. Of course, we will be live with that as well. But coming up at the Capitol after the Bidens take off for Andrews Air Force Base and fly to Santa Barbara, there is going to be a presidential visit to the overflow crowd. About 1,300 more people were in Emancipation Hall, which is at the Congressional Visitor Center adjacent to the Capitol. President will do some signing, and we'll find out what that's about, and then he will attend a
Here
congressional
we go. Joe
luncheon
Biden's final
and
departure from
review
D.C.
troops before he departs the Capitol today. Predicted about 3:30 p.m. before he gets out of there.
Chat,
So
where do you think
we
he's going
will
next? The
be back
beach?
with our guest, Jeffrey Engel of Southern Methodist University. We'll talk about some of this afternoon's events, and we'll also be checking the news with John McCardle as we go. But let's watch Marine One.
I didn't see Hunter today. Where's Hunter? Here we go. One final time. And looks like we have liftoff. Joe and Jill Biden officially on their way out of D.C. Bye-bye. Trump is doing the McDonald's meme. He's waving outside the drive-through window, saying goodbye to Joe Biden. Good riddance. And he's on his way. Oh, looks like Biden is on his way to California for vacation.
Not bad, huh?
Here we go.
And the Bidens are off to Andrews Air Force Base. There will be a small ceremony there as well with the Bidens.
We have some moments as well from
continue
the speech that just occurred
as well.
from your 47th president, Donald Trump, and we will play those shortly as they get loaded up. Some key moments there. Trump talking about his day one actions that he's not skipping a beat on, getting to work as soon as he gets sworn in. Of course, we had some other pretty bone-chilling moments there. We had Carrie Underwood, country music legend, singing a cappella, America the Beautiful, as a chorus of senators and congressmen and former presidents chimed in. It was a sight to see. So when we have those, we will play them. Amazing. So I think we have the executive orders queued up right now. This is President Trump talking about his day one actions, and we'll take you right to the signing as soon as he gets to signing these executive orders. Let's take it away.
Declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
Amazing. There you see President Trump gearing up for what's going to be a very busy day for him, a very busy day one, getting right to signing executive orders to make America great again. And a lot of it is reversing the damage that Joe Biden has put on our country. Let's see. I think we have Speaker Johnson right now is speaking. Let's see what he has to say.
Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the president just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Hail to the chief as President Trump walks in. I believe that's the first time it's been played since he became the 47th president. USA as he walks in. So what you're looking at, this is inside the Capitol. It's a Capitol Visitors Center. It's kind of like the overflow room for those who couldn't get into the Capitol Rotunda, which is very much locked up. Let's see JD Vance what he has to
Was
say.
that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Greatest political comeback in history.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year. Some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them. You look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate them. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. because we may have a million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So, so I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen, but she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side, and those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one, all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved because I think we would have won the state of California because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like, and the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. They have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made, very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air with 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all of the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders. And that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said, I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let it use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up. We'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know, the only thing good about it, it showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent. And frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that It started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. The day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary. And then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did. And this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it. And around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things. At this time, they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win. But they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a first lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing. She almost blew away. We almost lost our. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No, so we all appreciate it because you've been a great first lady, a beautiful and a great first lady, and they love our first lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our first lady, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
There you go, President Donald J. Trump, your 47th president of the United States, giving an absolutely blistering speech at the beginning, actually. He went after Liz Cheney, went after Pelosi, calling her a criminal, and he had some pretty lighthearted moments there, talking some friendly banter with Melania, talking about how she almost elevated and blew away because of her hat. I thought that was a great moment there. It's just a moment of levity with, no pun intended, with Melania there on stage talking about how she had to walk through the Capitol in her 20-inch heels, and it's pretty good. It was a great speech. The room is super energetic. So that room is a lot of like the influencers, the podcasters, the media moguls that helped elect Donald Trump as your 47th president. So it's a very friendly room, and you can tell he connects deeply with the audience. People are really happy to see him, of course, after watching his inauguration through a kind of like a jumbotron kind of screen. He, of course, seemed very happy to be there as well. From here, it looks like he has like a few little meet and greets he has, and then he'll be signing these executive orders, and then he'll be at the Capital One Arena in the not too distant future. It's a jam-packed day. We're not going to miss a moment of it. As you can see there, the crowd is jubilant after watching President Trump address them just minutes after swearing in and saying goodbye to Joe Biden for good. And so that was a pretty great speech. Actually, I really enjoyed that second speech. I really liked the inaugural speech. It was very muscular and energetically defended his agenda, which I thought was great. You don't really see that too much during inaugural addresses. They're kind of fluffy, and they don't really get to the meat and potatoes of what the administration is going to be. He went hard in warning his political enemies about what's to come, and then he just followed it up with an even more blistering speech, which I thought was really great. Some news, actually. Donald Trump has already ordered his Department of Homeland Security to end the CBP One app, which, as you may or may not be familiar, is the app that was given to illegal migrants invading our borders as a way to grant them amnesty or asylum, and basically just it was a pipeline for allowing illegals to stay in our country without consequence. And so Trump, day one, has ended that app. It is deactivated, and it's a very positive signal as to how aggressive he's going to be with securing our border. Of course, he's been promising this for the better part of a decade, and he got some pretty solid things done during his first term, including partial construction of the wall, until Joe Biden came along and actually stopped construction on the wall, even though we had all the materials. So it's a pretty encouraging day here Trump going pretty hard in unapologetically defending his America First agenda. So we'll see what's to come. But it's again, Trump teased his executive orders. There's a lot more to come, and I predict that he'll be pardoning J6 political prisoners at the Capital One Arena, surrounded by supporters. He kind of teased it yesterday during his victory rally speech, and it looks like that's going to be the case. The energy in that room is going to be unbelievable. I saw May Musk there, which is Elon Musk's mother. I saw Elon's brother there as well. So the Capital One Arena is already flooded with VIPs, which is a really good sign that he'll be there very shortly. As soon as he does get there, we'll go directly to that. We won't miss it. You can bet on that. And he'll also be signing, again, some executive orders right here at the Capitol. So as soon as we get that, we'll go straight to it. Trump going very muscularly into his second term, unapologetically defending his agenda, what it is to be America First. And it should be quite a day. And it looks like he won't be skipping a beat. It looks like tomorrow there will also be some pretty major actions being taken to secure our border. So that's very interesting. It's also interesting to note Trump was directly talking about some of his political enemies who have objectively committed crimes during that second speech. And you could see Trump kind of going hard in. So he's going to have a lot to say today, and we won't miss a second of it. We won't miss a second of it. We also have some very special guests joining the program shortly. So whenever they hop on, you can rest assured we will have them on the show promptly. Quite a day. I still can't believe what we just saw. We've been talking about the return of the golden age for the better part of 4 years, and we fought through what is just an unreal, a surreal election season. I mean, they try to kill Trump 3 or 4 times. I can't even keep track anymore. And here we are with President Trump sitting in the Oval Office. It's pretty surreal, and it is no doubt that the American golden age is upon us. Trump said so himself, and man, it's going to be an amazing 4 years. Chat, let me know what you're most excited about for the next 4 years. Trump is clearly going in, keeping the promises he made on the campaign trail. So I really want to see, what are you most excited about? Let's see. I'm looking at the chat right now. People are calling it Liberation Day. Yes. The deportations. There's going to be a lot of news about that this week, so we will keep you updated. Dismantling the IRS. He talked about establishing an external revenue service to collect all the tariffs from foreign countries as well. Clean food. Yes, he talked about that during his speech, talking about RFK and what he's going to be doing in HHS, in the health department. That's going to be extraordinarily interesting to see how he shapes up the food industry in our country's nutrition. Great day. Yes, I agree. Historic day. Deportations. People really want deportations. Drill, baby, drill. Absolutely. He definitely devoted a good portion of his speech to unleashing American energy independence. Accountability, law and order. Absolutely. No tax on overtime. Yes. He's expected to sign those executive actions today, actually. So you do not have to wait too long for those changes to take place. Trump's not skipping a beat. Affordable groceries, absolutely. Biden decimated Americans and Americans' ability to to afford basic needs. Trump's going to change that. Trump's going to change that. The Gulf of America, absolutely. I can't wait for that. Gulf of America. He said in his speech he's going to declare it today. So let's see. Obliterate the deep state, absolutely. You know, have Doge to help in that as well. You saw Elon, of course, there right behind Trump during the swearing in. So he's very involved. He'll be there. No tax on tips, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm getting some XRP and Bitcoin. He has vowed to be the crypto president. So let's see. Bitcoin reserve. I'm reading the chat right now, guys. So let me know what are you most excited about these next 4 years? What you're seeing on your screen, by the way, is a luncheon that the president will attend. And he'll also, I guess, be signing some legislation right there. So you can see some of the VIPs there getting seated. RFK was just on your screen. Taking the Panama Canal. Yes. Absolutely. J6 prisoners being released. Of course, you'll be doing that today. So some very exciting announcements. Drill baby drill, Panama Canal. Amazing. What a powerful agenda. Greenland. Conquer Greenland. Yes. Barron will be governor. Joy. That's right. We had 4 years of fake joy with Kamala Harris, and this is what real joy feels like. People are really happy in America today. People are smiling. Yep. Greenland, free Canada. Maybe Canada. Canada will be next. Cheaper groceries. Absolutely. JFK files. Trump talked about that last night, specifically named it, and teased his declassification efforts on that front in the coming days. So you probably won't have to wait long for that either. Safe borders, absolutely. Trump's going very hard into his agenda to secure our borders. So 2 genders only. I think that's the first time that's been mentioned in a presidential inaugural address. So that was pretty powerful, actually. Getting rid of DEI in our government, stripping away distractions that decrease our military's lethality and readiness. I'm sure Pete Hegseth will be very excited about that, about dismantling that sort of rot that has infiltrated our military. People are saying sleep. You'll probably sleep better under a Trump administration. I agree. Draining the swamp, absolutely. Release the Epstein list. He kind of talked about that last night. He said he was going to massively declassify the JFK files, the RFK, the MLK files, and he said other topics of the sorts. So I assume it's going to include drones. He's talked about declassifying drones. He's also talked a lot about declassifying the Epstein list. So whenever if you look back at all the clips of Trump talking about declassifying the JFK files, he always brings up the Epstein files in the same sentence. So who knows? Maybe that's next. Maybe Trump is going to declassify the Epstein list in the coming days. Either way, he has teased some major declassification operations happening in our executive branch. So who knows? We'll see. Epstein list, Diddy list. Yep. I think that's down the line. We've had Kash Patel on our show talking about declassifying the Diddy list and Epstein list. So it looks like this administration is not skipping a beat. We'll see. True peace worldwide, absolutely. Trump is the peace president. Amazing. You can see that luncheon is filling in. This is statutory hall in the U.S. Capitol. Every state kind of has their own statue to represent them, and they surround the room. And I actually believe this used to be the original Senate chamber used to be there. You can see Carrie Underwood on your screen talking to Hakeem Jeffries. Interesting. Ivanka sort of looming there. Very, very interesting. People are saying they want to feel safe again. Absolutely. So much of the crime in our cities is plagued by our open borders. So you secure the border, you secure our cities. And Trump is going pretty aggressively into securing our borders. Yep. Restoring education. Trump wants to send that back to the states. So he said that last night in his speech. Yeah, there's no mistaking what he wants to do with education. Drugs and crime, absolutely. That all kind of flows through the border as well. So you can solve a lot of problems by securing our border. Amazing. Honesty. People want honesty back in the White House. I think we'll get that. Peanut got justice today. Yes, he did. And actually believe we have one of our very special guests joining us now. Part of our team, Jamie Michelle. Welcome.
Hey, happy to be
How's it
here. What
going?
a day. I'm so
How are you
happy.
feeling? I mean, what an unbelievable, surreal day we've had so far.
Yeah, I'm just like in awe and shock that this day is finally here. It felt like, I mean, we've been through so much, not just
Yeah.
on the Team Benny, but just as a country, between Biden's term and every awful thing that came with it and the fight to get Trump back in office and to have it all culminate today is just like surreal to me. I've had chills watching this all day. And yeah, it's a great time to be alive and a great time to be an American. Definitely.
The golden age is back. I think it's all going to set in for me when Trump walks into the Oval Office and we get
Yeah.
that shot of Trump sitting at the Resolute desk. It's just it is so surreal. This is the greatest political comeback I think in American history. I don't know if you agree, but
Oh
it's
yeah, by
pretty
far.
incredible to watch. Yeah.
By far. I mean, you can't even, what else is there to even compare it to? It just stands alone, I think. I mean, between the assassination attempts and all the, the DOJ trying to throw him in prison, it's just remarkable. And the American people spoke loud and very clear that this is our president. He is the rightful president. And I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm almost at this point, I don't want to say I'm glad that 2020 happened the way it did, because so many awful things have happened in this country and to Americans. But I feel like him having it taken from him in 2020 has set him up now for just retribution and a day of reckoning that probably wouldn't have been possible. And the country has united so much since then as well, I feel. I mean, you look at the coalitions of people that backed Trump and voted for him this time around. The America First movement has grown immensely. And I don't think we would be in this kind of united state, even though there are still so many people against Trump, but we are more united than ever before, I feel. So let's
That's
see.
right.
Oh,
And
what's Trump doing right here? He's getting ready to
yeah,
sign some stuff, it looks like.
he's about to sit down and sign part of the 200 executive action. So let's listen in.
We might not be here. It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
Kash Patel is on that piece of paper right there. Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, all the all-stars.
Okay. The next one will be, excuse me. Next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send it.
Good commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was number one at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
Amy Klobuchar just seething, standing there.
Oh, she's going through it.
She is.
You know, she's like
seething.
infamous for throwing binders at staffers.
Is
when
she?
she's
Oh
angry.
yeah, that's her. That's definitely her.
The temperature was.
She's thinking about it.
She's raging right now. It's awesome.
Maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's it.
we go to lunch.
Great.
Very good.
Trump is rating the acoustics of every room he's been in the Capitol today. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. He's a showman. He knows about these things.
The Sharpies are back.
Very nice. Very nice.
Base Sharpies. Let's go.
It goes back as long as hell comes. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But it was, I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch? Very much. Okay. Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay.
Break for lunch. Trump is. What do you think Trump's having for lunch? He's got to have a Big Mac and a fish au filet.
Oh yeah, definitely a burger. Maybe not from McDonald's, maybe so. Definitely gonna down a few Diet Cokes.
Absolutely.
Maybe the special one that Coca-Cola presented him. Remember that the other day?
So here's no administration understands content like Trump's administration. I really hope they have like a chef making, like showing us what Trump's meals are. I think that'd be primo content.
I would love to
What
see
does
that
Trump eat?
actually.
Yeah. How to make
Yeah.
the Trump burger at the White House.
It'd
That
be
should
really
happen.
cool. It'd be really cool to see, things that people don't really think about that much as, the more minute details and just day-to-day life that goes on in the White House. That'd be
Right.
cool to see that for sure. I'd
Right.
watch.
I'd watch.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, Jamie makes all of our amazing graphics and amazing thumbnails you see on our channel. She's an absolute artist, and she's also very involved in the culture war and restoring, making kids' education about kids' education is a lot of what she fights for. So Jamie, Trump talked a lot about culture today. What are you most excited about in this second term?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of Benny's viewers know, but I'm also the founder and president of an organization called Gays Against Groomers. And our work there is, we've been fighting for 2.5 years now to kind of end the war on children, which has been so prominent and a full-fledged attack on children and parental rights and just sanity in this country. So, during Trump's speech, he proclaimed that, and also an executive order that has been made public today that he's going to sign shortly, that only 2 genders will be recognized, male and female, man and woman, as it should be. And I am really looking forward to just the transgender insanity being put to bed here. It's long past time, and we're hoping to see gender affirming care for minors be banned nationwide as well. We right now it's at I think 25 states, but we're hoping, federally, it's just Trump does that. And yeah, we've been fighting very hard for it. So to finally have a president that cares about these issues and is trying to protect children and enact parental rights, give rights back to parents is huge for us. So we're really excited.
That's right. And yeah, I think that's the first time anything like that has ever been mentioned in a presidential inaugural address, as far as
Yeah.
I'm aware.
I mean, it's
So it
really
really,
it's
yeah,
really sad that it even has to be mentioned, that these executive orders
right.
even need to be need to be signed and go out. It just is a sign and shows how far our country has fallen, really, in that respect, in so many ways, but also just culturally and reality. So it's nice to have reality back in Washington and in the nation. And I am so excited. I'm just so excited. All of us on the team at Gays Against Groomers are thrilled. And yeah,
Totally.
it's also, it's just so fun to be a part of this team and the Benny team and have like a first row seat to all the action and be part of creating the content to, we've all, I think, and Benny especially has played a large role in getting this man back in office and getting this day here. And it's just been such an honor to be part of that team. And I'm sure you feel the same way.
Oh, totally. It's been quite a journey, and it's so amazing that Trump is going so muscular into his second term. He's not sort of doing the, oh, let me like do this like fake bipartisanship dance at the beginning. He's just going hard in. This is my America First agenda. And he's not being apologetic about it.
Yeah.
He he's talked to, and he brought up last night. He brought up Linda McMahon taking over education, which assuredly brings increases parental rights by bringing education away from the federal government and towards states and towards a localized level where parents can control it further. And then he also talked about RFK and the chronic disease epidemic against our kids. Like it really is amazing how pro children this administration is. You saw Lil X running on stage last night. You saw JD Vance's kids swearing him in, essentially. So it was pretty cool. It was pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I love to see children, front and center in this administration. That's what America's all about, as Benny always says, creating this golden era for America's children and the future. They are the future, and to make a country for them as it was supposed to be, a country for Americans first. And yeah, Trump is not playing around this time. I think he took the portrait he did and made that his official presidential portrait for the second term, for a reason.
Yeah.
And it fills me with great joy, real joy, not the cringe, the cringe version that Kamala HQ was peddling, but to know that photo is going to be in every government building, staring at all these demons that hate him and hate our agenda and hate America, essentially. So
Right.
yeah, the retribution era is here, the golden age is here, and I feel like we're in for a wild ride. And I said this yesterday, I was like, our heads are gonna spin. I don't know how we're gonna be able to keep up with everything that he does in this
You're gonna
first
be
day.
so tired of winning. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's exciting, and look at so this crowd, what are they doing now? So many,
So,
it's
yeah, this is
breaking for
interesting. So
lunch. Yeah.
yeah, it's some type of luncheon. Trump will be there. I'm not sure if he'll speak, but if he does, of course, we'll take it.
I was just
What's
wondering
really
what
I'm look.
what they stood
Yeah,
up for. I thought the big man was coming in or something.
probably walked in, or people thought he was, because people are
Yeah.
laughing now. But it's interesting to see the sort of table layout. So you saw Barron there, holding court, essentially, with
Yeah.
John Thune and Jeff Bezos and his grandfather to his left. And then just a table over, there was Don talking to I don't even, Tim Cook. I was like, I only know him by Tim Apple
Tim
now,
Apple.
but he's the CEO of Apple. So it's some interesting conversations going on at that luncheon right now. Pam Bondi's there as
Definitely.
well. Um, But I think it's pretty funny how Emperor Baron is holding court right now. He's got his own table there.
For the new people that are just joining, the reason you're not seeing Benny right now on screen is because he just had his fourth baby, his fourth child this morning at 4 a.m. So he's with baby Whitaker right now and his family on this very big day for not just America, but for him and his whole family. So that's why you're not seeing Benny right now. So we're trying to hold it down the best we can on this big day to bring it to you live.
That's right. That's right. And we heard from Benny not too long ago. He's doing
Mhm.
great. The baby's doing great. Kate is doing great. So it's just a family affair over there as they welcome baby Whitaker into the new American golden age. So it's a very big day. Absolutely.
I mean, he really probably was baby Whitaker, the first baby born in the new era, in the new golden age. So I
Probably,
mean,
yeah.
I feel like it's very on brand for Benny to have a baby on this day. Like the baby waited till Trump is back in office to make his
Yeah.
grand entrance. So
It's
yeah,
great.
Benny
It's so
and his
great.
family are doing great. But yeah, that's why you're not seeing him on screen right now, to everybody wondering.
We have Pete Hegseth talking to, I believe, Clyburn, if I'm not mistaken.
So, Danny, do you think that all of his appointments are going to get through, or you think there's going to be some that can't get over the finish line there? What do you think?
That's what we're hearing. I mean, we saw we saw the hearings and they were really contentious the first day. And then like sort of the resistance is futile. Like they sort of gave up. You saw the second, third day of hearings, Democrats were like laughing at their jokes and like being really friendly to the appointees. So I feel pretty confident that they'll all get through. They're all
Yeah.
extremely qualified. Of
Mhm.
course, some of them present a sort of shock to their system. Like RFK especially comes to mind. Kash Patel comes to mind. But at the end of the day, I think people overwhelmingly elected Trump, and they know that that's what the American people want. So I think they'll
Oh,
eventually
wow.
pass.
Is that Chuck Schumer just walking into the luncheon with Mike Johnson? I
Yeah,
see.
looks like it. It looks like it was whoever was in that room
Yeah.
prior is now walking in. So President
Mhm.
Trump should be walking
So,
in shortly.
so I'm curious, who's your favorite appointment? What are you most excited about in the new
Ah,
administration?
it's a tough one. You look at the graphic and it's like the Avengers. Like, how do you pick one?
I
There's so
know.
many good ones. I got to say,
I know.
I'm really excited about RFK. I think it's just so different to all of the other sort of like appointees, but also like just the status quo of health in this country. There's
Same.
clearly some issues that aren't being addressed in terms of
Mhm.
chronic health, and I think like, hey, you put someone in there that at least like thinks differently, something's gonna get shaken up.
Oh, it looks
So I'm
like,
excited about that one.
yeah, RFK for me too. Most excited. I think JD Vance is going to be
The Vice
entering, the
President
new
of the
vice
United
president.
States,
There we go.
the
Yeah,
Honorable
here we go.
J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance.
There's Brooke Rollins. Something really interesting too is last inauguration, no designers would dare touch the Trump administration. I believe like Tom Ford said, like, I'm not dressing Melania, I'm not doing any of that.
Mhm.
And this time around, you're seeing a shift where Oscar de la Renta is some big designer, is dressing Usha and
Ladies
Ivanka
and
Trump.
gentlemen, escorting the President of the United
So the
States,
culture is
the
shifting.
Chairwoman of the Joint
Definitely.
Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler.
Here we go, President Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
Here we go.
Oh my God, Melania is so beautiful. I really can't I can't deal. So stunning. Seeing her standing next to Jill Biden today looking like Grimace was quite the
You're not going to miss
contrast.
the White House Christmas parties with Cirque du Soleil dancers.
I can't say I'm going to. It's so nice to have class and beauty back in the White House. So beautiful.
There we go.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall,
Making me hungry.
where these luncheons have
I know,
taken
right? I'm
place
so hungry.
since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Clio, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note
Manifest
that
destiny.
this
It
is
could
the
be
first
Greenland.
time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
And after the lunch, President Trump will review the troops at the Capitol before heading off to Capital One Arena for the truncated presidential parade. Ursula Perano is congressional.
So there you go. Trump is sort of taking I don't know if you could call that a break, but he's taking a little time to be with his wife Melania and put some food in his system because he's had a busy day, a busy 24 hours, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then the next step, where's he's going to the Capital One Arena from here. And
I believe so,
I
yeah.
think they have a desk. I don't know if we could pop that picture up if we have it, but
I believe we do.
yeah, where there's a literal desk, yep, at the Capital One Arena. I think he's going to be signing executive orders right there in front of the crowd, which is so cool and epic and exciting.
My guess is that's going to be the watershed J6 pardons, if I had to guess.
Oh my God, probably. You're
He wants to
probably
do that
right.
around a crowd.
Yeah, the crowd.
He
This
said
is just, has this ever happened where a president signs executive orders like in front of just a crowd of people, not people in the Oval Office at his desk, but
Yeah,
like has
in
this
like an
happened before?
arena.
Yeah,
I don't know.
only
I don't know.
Trump,
You always
man.
see like signing ceremonies like in the Rose Garden and where else? I don't think I've ever seen it in an arena. That would be. I think this might be a first.
Yeah,
There's gonna be a
I
lot
think
of
it is.
firsts in this administration.
Yeah. Only Trump would do something like this. Like he's such a showman and he loves, he really loves to get his voters and his supporters involved. He really loves his people. And
Yeah.
you know what I love is he always emphasizes how it's all of us together. It's not just him, he's
Right.
the head of it all, but we all make it happen together. This couldn't happen without the support of tens of millions of Americans and support from all over the world that he has. I mean, there's just so much wind at his back right now this time around. And I think it's really cool he's including people, especially because they couldn't be there today outside at the inauguration,
That's right. And you kind of touched on it earlier, but you said it was almost like good that he lost in 2020 because he just has so much support from every corner of America now. He talked about that in his second speech today, where he said the only good thing about 2020 is that the country saw how bad the other side was and how capable of destruction they were.
Yeah.
And you can see it. Like his administration is some of his top cabinet picks were Democrats like 2 months ago.
I know, it's
RFK,
crazy.
Tulsi, like so it's pretty cool to see that. Even
This is-
Elon, like
Yeah, this is definitely the
So much
unity
support.
party. And it feels like that and all over. And yeah, it's crazy. I hate to say it was a good thing he lost, like I said, because so many bad things happened to people during those 4 years, those awful 4 years that we had. But I think
Right.
the future is going to be brighter now than it would have been if he won in 2020. The things that he's going to be able to accomplish and have the public support on. Whereas last time, they would have just continued to fight him tooth and nail like they were from 2016 to 2020. And there will be people doing that. Obviously, the media is not his friend, most of it. So, there's going to be backlash and propaganda out there trying to gaslight the public. But we have a mandate this time around that can't be denied. So
Yeah.
I'm excited. Yeah.
Yeah, like the messaging is really good. Has been really good the past couple days, especially. You saw him yesterday at his rally. He descended from like an arena entrance and processed like through the crowd onto the stage, which like it just he is the people's president. He doesn't
Yeah.
have to go to this arena and like do this whole thing. But last night he said, "No, this crowd's going to be really happy with what I'm going to do when it comes to January 6th political prisoners." And he's going
Mhm.
back today to presumably sign some pretty sweeping pardons. So it's pretty encouraging, and he really does care.
Yeah.
I mean, why else would he do this? Like, he really had the most comfortable life. He like if you like you've been to Mar-a-Lago, it's a castle on the island of Palm Beach in Florida. I mean, it's impeccable, and he could just live out his days there, but instead he said, "No, this country needs me." And here he is, he just day one, like showing how he really does care, and he's doing this for the American people. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. Last night I was wondering, I was like, man, I wonder how Trump feels to actually have to leave his gorgeous home in Palm Beach, to come to the
Right.
White House where it's very cold, to come to DC, it's very cold, and the White House, I'm sure, isn't as nice as the digs at Mar-a-Lago, even though it's quite spectacular, obviously,
Oh,
to
yeah.
live there, I'm sure. But yeah, I wonder how he feels. I know he's excited. I know he's been itching to get back in, and we all have for him. So yeah, but I wonder if he'll miss beautiful Mar-a-Lago at all.
Oh, yeah. I'm it's kind of like the life he signed up for, but I think he's really committed to this mission, to this movement. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw this woman that was being interviewed yesterday, and she was crying, this older woman, Trump supporter that was in DC. And she was saying, and we all feel this way, how he gave up his life of luxury to deal with all of this and to help America and to try and save America from those who seek to destroy it and destroy our way of life, destroy our culture, and put Americans in real harm. So I think that will be a big part of his legacy when all is said and done. That he really gave up really the best life possible that one can achieve in the world, and to do this for us. So it's very special.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a packed week. He's already packing in again 200 executive actions in one day is pretty insane. And they're all necessary to reverse at least some of the damage that has been done by the previous administration. So today should be pretty interesting.
So I think we're
do we have-
gonna dip into the Capital One Arena momentarily here. I
Let's
believe
check it
that's
out. I think we've
I'm
got
seeing.
it ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brett, good afternoon to you. I can tell you it feels like this place is a coiled spring right now. We've got about 20,000 people who have crammed into this arena waiting for President Donald Trump to arrive. And you get the sense when he does show up, this place is going to erupt. The pre-program has started. Charlie Kirk is speaking behind me right now. We expect Elon Musk, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, and incoming FBI Director Kash Patel to be speaking as well. We're also told that President Trump is going to sign a series of executive orders here in this arena. Let me step out, give you a quick look. They set up a desk up there. They just put the presidential seal on it. We're told that President Trump is going to sit down at that desk in front of this crowd of 20,000 of his most fervent supporters and start signing executive orders in front of them. You can imagine the crowd is going to go wild when he announces some of those policies. Some of the speakers behind us have just declared that what they describe as an invasion at the southern border is over. Every time Trump has been on the Jumbotron behind us today, this crowd has gone absolutely wild. The biggest round of applause he's gotten all afternoon, the biggest cheers I personally heard, was when Trump was giving his inaugural speech, and he said it will be official U.S. government policy that there are only 2 genders in America. Out of everything he said, that was the most applause he's gotten. So the parade here is officially scheduled for, I believe, about 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're not sure if they're running on time or not, but this place is packed to capacity, about 20,000 people. They're waiting and they're ready for President Trump to arrive here and to start signing some of these executive orders to get the first hours of his administration fully underway, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Bill Malugin at the Capital One Arena. We'll head back.
The energy in there is unreal. I believe we have Howard Lutnick speaking now at the Capital One Arena. He, of course, has been a key figure in Trump's transition. So let's dip in and see what he has to say.
Tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do. Build their factories with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and the ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Well, come on now. Can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive and well. This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. What a day to be in Washington, D.C. You know, I live right across the river in Virginia. And by the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be plentiful, and it's your money, not the government's. But we also know that in Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice everything. We know that law enforcement stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today in Washington, D.C. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sunset on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America, and the dawn of a world that sees peace because our new president,
Donald J. Trump lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America. And America, we will never give up on him. And as we all have a responsibility, it is our responsibility to, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success. President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history, from George Washington to Thomas Jefferson, to James Madison, to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty or give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
Yes! This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities, secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. Sorry. I really will. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, that one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Kash Patel.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty, because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story is pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm gonna make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes, and we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand, give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Dan Scavino.
Let's go! Let's go! Hello, Patriots. How's everybody doing this evening? We're back! USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, "You're so lucky that I took you on this journey." In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th president of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget, being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital he had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head, and he's worried about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family. Showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture, he's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, call Doug and see if he's doing okay. That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot, and I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, fight. He will do that for every one of you, for the United States of America. He will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window, garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is one in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.
What banger after banger we just saw there at Capital One Arena. President Trump is expected to join any moment. You're already seeing some of Trump's top advisors there in Dan Scavino giving a blistering speech. I kind of looking back at sort of the surreal election season we just lived through. That brought us to this moment where President Trump just put his hand on the Bible and swore into office as the 47th president. You also saw Elon Musk there. That's a really good sign. Elon is generally in Trump's orbit, as well as Dan Scavino. So that should mean Trump is probably walking out relatively shortly. We saw him last night. He walked down into the stage from the crowd, from the stadium. He just walked through the crowd onto the stage. It was quite a scene. We'll see if we get any moments like that today as well. But it looks like, I mean, all the cameras are on there, all the media's there, every single seat is filled in that arena, waiting to hear from President Trump. He's also expected to sign some watershed legislation, including the pardons for J6 political prisoners. There's some seats behind him that are empty, I assume, on stage, right? I assume those are probably for the family. This should be quite a scene. Here we go, man. We heard that from Kash Patel saying it's time to get to work. He is not skipping a beat, as is the rest of the administration. I think we have a picture here somewhere, but we actually have Alina Habba, Trump's counselor to the president, inside the Oval Office. So it's real, guys. We have taken over the White House. President Trump's team is already in the White House. Every last shred of the Biden regime, including their decrepit staff, has been evacuated and cleaned from the building, and instead has been installed with Trump's team, Team America. They're inside the Oval Office, so they're getting to work. They are not stopping. Again, President Trump, if he's not wrapping up his luncheon, he should be joining pretty shortly. I believe we have that picture ready. There you go. There's Alina Habba, obviously a favorite of the show. She's on rather frequently, and we do love Alina. There she is inside the Oval Office, ready to get to work. It looks like the carpet in the Oval Office has already been replaced. Joe Biden had like a navy blue one. This is more reminiscent of the original one that Trump had when he was in his first term, kind of the more golden hues, the muted hues. So yeah, the transition has already occurred. Here she is taking her oath of office as a counselor to the president. It's real. It is happening right now. This is the officially the Trump White House. And so again, here you are looking at Capital One Arena. Any second now, Trump will ascend onto the stage and deliver what will be, we've said it a lot today, but it will be one of the most historic speeches ever given, because he will be pardoning several J6 political prisoners right on stage, live inside of an arena. I don't know if we've ever seen the president do that before. They're usually these like small signing ceremonies in the Rose Garden or in the Oval Office, but I don't know if we've ever seen a president sign such a watershed executive order inside of an arena, a packed arena. I mean, to the rafters, you can see people seated there waiting eagerly to listen to President Trump. Should be quite a moment. Quite a moment. I see the comments are saying pardon them all. This is for us, correct? I mean, this inauguration has really had a focus on serving the American people. It's very cool. Just a little update here. President Trump is still at the luncheon, so he is fueling up on Diet Cokes, getting ready to head to Capital One Arena. But here we are. Does C-SPAN have a shot of the luncheon maybe, or just to dip in there and see what's going on? No. All right. So yeah, C-SPAN's doing this boring thing where they're having these weird callers on, who no one wants to listen to really. So we have yeah, I'm getting flooded with messages right now, but every single X account, social media account has already been ported over to the new administration. And if you just take a look at them, they convey a lot more power than the Joe Biden ones did. So that's pretty encouraging. There was a really powerful moment today when Trump was giving his inaugural address, and he was looking back in a very heartfelt manner at the past couple months. I mean, they tried to take his life numerous times, and here he is talking about the miracle that he's of surviving his assassination. Let's check it
Those
out.
who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you.
Of course, another really important moment today was when Trump addressed one of the biggest reasons why people came out in droves to vote for him in 2024, which is people couldn't go to the grocery stores and afford basic goods. And so he talked about bringing down costs and unleashing American energy independence. So let's listen to what Trump had to say earlier about his plan to bring down costs.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law.
Man, there you go. There you go. That's still such a big crux of the MAGA agenda heading into the second term, is making life affordable for Americans again. I mean, we're shipping in, our borders are wide open, and affordability is down the drain. So Trump is renewing American affordability, which is so important, and it's why people came out of every corner of America to vote for him. There's a really funny moment that happened today. You may have missed it. It was right after Trump's inaugural speech. He then gave like a secondary speech that was a little more lighthearted, less structured, kind of like more like a Trump rally where he's going off the cuff. There's a really funny part where he talked about Hillary Clinton. If you saw Hillary, she looked bad. She looked really bad. And Trump had something to say about it. Let's listen in.
You know, the only thing good about it, it showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. The day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary. And then we did much better the second time in 2020. We got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time.
Hillary didn't look too happy today, is what Trump had to say about her. I mean, she was looking rough. She really, really was. You could tell she had like this weird smile on her face, or it was like, you could just tell she was seething on the inside. She was not doing great. Bill Clinton was looking rough. Man. What do you think's up with Hillary lately? Chat, let me know. She was looking rough today. My goodness. Oh, man. Brutal. There's also a moment in Trump's second speech today as well, where he talked about Pelosi and how she's actually a criminal. Really interesting words, right moments after being sworn in. Let's listen into what he had to say about Pelosi.
And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in to show the people at the Capitol.
There you go, talking about J6. I mean, today is going to be a big day. He's expected to sign some pretty sweeping pardons on that very stage you're looking at on your screen right now. Trump, of course, today was all smiles, being sworn in as the 47th president. There's a really funny moment, actually, where, and it's cool because, again, Melania, you don't see Melania a whole lot. But there's this really cool moment between Trump and the First Lady earlier today, where Trump was talking about how Melania had to walk through Congress with these 20-inch heels, and how she almost got blown away by Marine One's blades flipping around in her hat. It's a funny one. Let's listen to what Trump had to say about Melania almost getting blown away.
I want to thank everybody, and I have a First Lady who's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go, right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No, so we all appreciate it because you've been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady, and they love our First Lady.
So amazing. You got to love that. It was such a great moment there between Trump and the First Lady. There was, again, Trump has talked a lot. He's spoken a lot about this election, the need for this election to be too big to rig. You know, we've seen Democrats do tricky things in the past. He said, no, we need it. We need a message so convincing, an agenda so convincing that people come out in droves and vote for the America First agenda. He's touched on that today, talking about too big to rig. Let's just hear what he had to say about that.
And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the right is the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around.
There you go.
Yo, what's going on?
Rick, here we go. Benny, what's up?
So, update from the hospital here. I'm in like a parent's waiting room area. Kate and baby are fast asleep. We actually watched the entire event live inside of the hospital room, and I was just like chilling in the comment section. And that is the greatest speech I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything like that. That was the single greatest wreckage of the globalist world order and the elites to their faces. I mean, it's one thing to go to the fields of Alabama and to roast a bunch of overeducated elites and a bunch of people that are technocrats and want to control your life. It's a totally different thing to do to their faces. And that was unbelievably profound to me. The fact that Donald Trump did it to their faces. And it is really, really special, this moment in time. I think the old order is quite literally imploding. As my takeaway from the speech is that it was the greatest inauguration speech in American history. There isn't a close second, because it's the first inauguration speech that actually meant something and had purpose and value and wasn't just platitudes. And forgive me, but reaching across the aisle, we're not a red or blue America, we're a United States of America. They're all lying. All these people, they're all power-hungry demons, goblins and cretins and orcs. And so we're watching that, and I'm holding my newborn baby. Again, mother and baby I can't sleep. I should be extremely tired right now, but I can't sleep. I'm just so buzzing. And I've been watching my other kids came, my mom and dad came, and so we've been doing family time back and forth. But now that everyone's asleep, I've been watching and tuning in. And you can see Trump still there with Melania and the hat, and it looks like they're still. Is it this the live shot? They're still having lunch. Okay.
Bottomless Diet Cokes.
Yeah, I guess so. I saw the champagne getting rolled out. But yeah, guys, I mean, this has just been just an unbelievably wild romp, just an unbelievable ride. So, update from the hospital. So what I was able to catch was the entire speech, and then the departure of Joe Biden, and then some of the speech afterwards inside of the Capitol Visitor Center. And now I'm just getting caught up. And then I was able to tune back in and saw Kash Patel. I was like, Kash Patel just killing it. Elon Musk just killing it. So it's been exciting. It's been a wonderful. It's been like a wonderful and uplifting and encouraging time here. And mother and baby are doing amazing. They're resting now, finally. And so I'm stowed away in a little room in the corner of the hospital, watching all of this with all of you and posting memes and having the time of my life. It's so unbelievably encouraging to welcome new life into this great American moment where we are prosecuting crime, where we are closing our border. Danny, have you been covering the breaking news? Have you been covering like the breaking news, uh, um,
Yeah,
and also
we've been dropping.
I don't know if we want to. I don't know if we want to. It's like Steve Scalise. Like I'm not sure if Steve Scalise's speech is really necessarily that interesting, but we'll see. Obviously, if Trump gets up and gives a speech, I have no idea if President Trump is going to go up and give a speech. I do want to see Donald Trump. What we want to do is we want to watch Donald Trump sign these executive orders, ladies and gentlemen, and get these executive orders up and rolling in Capital One. However, that was supposed to happen at 3:30, and it just is what it is. This is just the day that we're having. God's when it rains, it pours. Just absolute abundance of blessing. But yeah, I mean, if you've been checking out the breaking news, oh, and is this
Hakeem Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries? Okay, you want to listen in here and see what he has to say?
Let's see what he has to
President
say.
Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Oh, that had to have been painful. That had to have been.
And he
Senator
Klobuchar encore.
of Nebraska,
Oh,
as
no.
in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my
Okay.
thanks to Chair
So,
Klobuchar for
yeah,
putting together
I don't think
and putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new president and first lady, our vice president, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Yeah.
Thank
Amy
you,
Klobuchar
Senator Sharon. Now
is
on
so hard
behalf
to
of
listen
the
to.
Joint Congressional Committee
Oh,
on
yeah.
Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox
Like the Home
has
Shopping
provided
Network.
the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the president and the U.S. Capitol for the vice president, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the vice president, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the president of the United States Senate. And there's no better
Oh my
job than
gosh.
that.
So
These
painful.
gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are.
What is this phenotype? Like, what is this Minnesota school teacher, Governor Walz's wife? Like, what is this phenotype?
Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
It's
to
definitely the
give
Glenn Walz.
The toast to the vice president.
It's just so nail grating.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new vice president, Mr.
Here we
J.D.
go.
Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir. Actually, many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors they met in law school. He speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes. And you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today. And to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Trump's toasting with the Diet Coke there.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the president.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow, to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
Here we go. So the luncheon just ended. President Trump and Melania are making themselves over to Capital One Arena, where they will sign sweeping pardons for the J6ers. And here we go. Welcome back, Benny.
Yo, what's up, guys? Needed to take a quick second there and do my own Diet Coke toast. We've been up since midnight, and we're not the train has absolutely no brakes at this point. This feed has been live for 6 hours, and so we just want to say a profound and deep and abiding thank you to everybody who has watched, and a massive shout out to Danny, who's been holding it down today, and to Jamie and to Killer Klein and the entire team. These kind of days are really tough to get rock. It was this chat, and then it was Fox News, and then it was President Trump's chat. That's it. That we conquered the entire internet. We were like the nexus. We were there like the three infinity stones that like created this moment, and it all happened while I was, while we were welcoming a new child in the family. And so it's just the power of family. Is the power, like this chat is my family. You're an extension of my family. We're very open about our family. And it's just so encouraging and so lovely to like be cheering along with all of you inside of the hospital room. What's going to happen now is there's going to be according to the producers when we were chatting offline, there's going to be a potentially major variable amount of time between this event and the next event. And so what we have decided to do is we're going to restart the live when President Trump is actually at the arena because, well, they've run out of glass dishes, I think, to give Donald Trump and the Home Shopping Network. And Donald Trump is going to go and he's going to pardon January 6th political prisoners live on camera. And so we want to get a fresh feed up for that and package that appropriately, and get back into the chat and maybe get some J6 political prisoners on the actual feed, inside the actual feed, because we know so many of them. And so our producers are reaching out right now. And so I think that's the direction. I think that's the direction that we are going to go here. Correct, Danny?
Yep, I think so. It's the best way to really capture the moment that I think it deserves, just to give it all the attention. So that way we get bumped on a new feed, and then we can really cover all of Trump's event there at the Capital One Arena. I mean, it's gonna be a banger. It's gonna be, people are already packed in there. Every camera is on. Every news channel is tuned in to see what Trump's going to say. He's got his table out there ready to sign the executive order. So I think it's best we cover it that way to make sure we don't miss a moment.
Right. Okay. Well, we want to say thank you to everybody here on the 6+ hour feed. You've just witnessed history with all of us. And it's a historic day, and it's a day I will never, ever, ever forget. It's one of the most powerful and special days of my entire life. I've never been happier in my entire life. I've never been happier in my entire life. And we were all in this together. We all won together. And boy, this is like incredibly profound. There's like there's very few times where you can say, oh, hey, I remember that. President Trump, the time that you heard that President Trump was shot, and the time that you watched the nation change forever and a dark spell get lifted from our country, which is what this feels like. Get ready for the revival of America and the start of the golden era, ladies and gentlemen. We're excited about it. So we're going to sign off here. Danny signing off. Benny signing off. I wanted to pop back on here at the very end and just say thank you to all of you, and a profound thank you from the Johnson family for our ability to do all this together and to welcome a new baby into the world and still be able to like have a lot of fun in the chat and on this live. It's been so exciting to do it all with you. So God bless all of you. This is what America First is all about. And we'll see you on the next live. Stay tuned to this space. Hop on over to that chat. And we'll make sure that we cut out all the boring glass dishes that get given to Donald Trump in between. Melania's hat soon at Capital One Arena, ladies and gentlemen. Danny, any parting words?
No, other than I think today it's just been historic moment after historic moment, and we haven't even reached the pinnacle of what we're going to witness today, which is Trump at Capital One Arena, really putting the muscle behind his America First agenda in the packed arena of thousands of people, tens of thousands. So it'll be quite a moment. I'm pretty excited.
Very excited. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to this special day for my family and yours. God bless all of you. It looks like President Trump is out of the house too. Vivek photobombing Trump. And there he goes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you on the next live.
Yeah.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald J. Trump, do solemnly swear.
Where the truth gon' be, faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to light. From the speeches to debates, Benny sharp like a blade, cutting through the lies, watch the truth cascade. With the warrior's heart, this man never fades. You know it's prime time when Benny invades. From saving the nation to stories untold, the Benny Show's a storm, see the truth unfold. Stay in the loop, let freedom take hold. Salting all the libs, soul never sold. It's the Benny Show, where the truth gon' be, faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to light. Liberty to light, bringing liberty to light. Liberty to light. bringing liberty to life. From the speeches to debates, Benny sharp like a blade, cutting through the lies, watch the truth cascade. With the warrior's heart, this man never fades. You know it's prime time when Benny invades. From saving the nation to stories untold, the Benny shows the storm, see the truth unfold. Stay in the loop, let freedom take hold. Salt in all the libs, soul never sold. It's the Benny Show, where the truth gon' be. Faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light.